Black and White by Liu Jiming, translated by Chen. Part 1, Volume 3, Chapter 1, Mentor. On Saturday morning, Wang Sheng made an appointment to go to his supervisor's house to discuss his dissertation. Wang Sheng's supervisor is Lang Yongliang. Lang Yongliang was not only his supervisor for his master's degree, but also his teacher during his studies in the Chinese department at Chuzhou Teachers College. When Wang Sheng was studying at Chuzhou Teachers College, Lang Yongliang taught a course on the history of Chinese literature. Due to a shortage of teachers at the college, Lang Yongliang would teach ancient and modern literary history. At Chuzhou Teachers College, no other teacher besides Lang Yongliang could bridge the gap between ancient and modern literary history in China. Lang Yongliang was pivotal at Chuzhou Teachers College regarding knowledge and qualifications. Students in the Chinese department knew that Lang Yongliang had graduated from Peking University and had participated in the National Seminar for Key Literary Critics, hosted by the Institute of Literature of the Chinese Academy of Social Sciences in the 1950s. The participants of this seminar were a group of young scholars who had emerged in the National Literary Theory Circle, and the famous poet and literary theorist He Qifeng chaired the seminar. If Lang Yongliang had not been labeled as a rightist during the anti-rightist campaign, the tiny Chuzhou Teachers College would not have become a place where such a great bodhisattva resided. Therefore, after the end of the Cultural Revolution, Chuzhou Teachers College took the lead in removing the rightist label from Lang Yongliang and appointed him as the department head. It was said that Dongjiang University, where Lang Yongliang previously worked, had long wanted to transfer him back, but due to the unwillingness of Chuzhou Teachers College's principal He Shouwu to release him, the transfer did not take place. Before becoming the principal of Chuzhou Teachers College, He Shouwu was the head of the mathematics department and a student of the famous mathematician Hua Luogeng. Like Lang Yongliang, he was a young academic backbone at Dongjiang University in the 1950s and was labeled a rightist during the anti-rightist campaign. They were sent to Chuzhou and later down to the Niangzhou Lake May 7th Cadre School for training. The two could be considered friends who shared weal and woe. He Shouwu publicly stated at the school's cadre meetings that as long as he was the principal, he would not let Lang Yongliang transfer away from Chuzhou Teachers College. At that time, the highest title for teachers at Chuzhou Teachers College was associate professor, and there was no single full professor title. To retain Lang Yongliang, Principal He Shouwu specially applied for a professor position with the Provincial Education Commission and the National Education Commission. The relationship between Principal He Shouwu and Professor Lang Yongliang, the head of the Chinese department, was like a beautiful story passed down in the college, almost universally known. However, within 2 years, He Shouwu was transferred to Dongjiang University as vice president and later promoted to president of Dongjiang University. When Wang Sheng was admitted to Chuzhou Teachers College, He Shouwu had already left Chuzhou and been transferred to Dongjiang University as vice-president. For a while, there were rumors among students that Lang Yongliang would be the vice-president in charge of teaching. However, the rumors faded away after a while. Some said it was because Lang Yongliang was too old and had exceeded the age limit for serving as vice-president, while others said it was because Lang Yongliang himself was unwilling to get involved in the administration and wanted to pursue his knowledge quietly. As for the real reason, except for a few people, most people were unclear about it. At that time, Wang Sheng had already become a favored student highly appreciated and valued by Lang Yongliang. As a sophomore, Wang Sheng began publishing articles in the literary criticism supplements of Chuzhou Daily and Dongjiang Daily. After taking a modern literary history course and completing an assignment titled, "Do We Still Need Lu Xun's Style of Writing?" Lang Yongliang highly praised it. Not only did he recommend it for publication in the journal, but he also took it to the class to recommend it to the whole class. Wang Sheng became a leader among the students in the Chinese department and was often called to Lang Yongliang's home on weekends for special tutoring. It was Professor Lang's habit to call students he particularly admired to his home for individual tutoring. That time, Wang Sheng went to Lang Yongliang's house and listened to the teacher talking about professional topics for a while. He couldn't help but ask, "Teacher, there are a lot of rumors about you recently. I don't know if they are true." "Don't believe those unreliable words. To tell you the truth, I am leaving Chuzhou Teachers College." Lang Yongliang said solemnly, "I originally planned to stay in Chuzhou for the rest of my life, but my old friend disagreed. When he left, he wanted to take me with him." As soon as Wang Sheng heard it, he knew that the old friend the teacher was talking about was He Shouwu, the former president of Chuzhou Teachers College. "So, you want to be transferred to Dongjiang University?" Lang Yongliang nodded. "Yes, the academic environment of Dongda is much better than Chuzhou Teachers Colleges. I want to do some academic research before I retire. As for politics, that was my dream when I was young, and it has long gone with my youth." After listening to the teacher, a sudden sense of disappointment rose in Wang Sheng's heart. Lang Yongliang noticed his expression and asked, "Wang Sheng, what are your plans after graduation?" "I haven't decided yet," said Wang Sheng, avoiding his teacher's probing gaze. "Most of our school's graduates will be assigned to teach in middle schools, right? You have a promising academic future. Don't let it slip away." Lang Yongliang pondered for a moment and said, "How about this? After I transfer to Dongjiang University, you can apply to be my graduate student." Lang Yongliang's tone sounded like he was asking and anticipating simultaneously. Wang Sheng felt a bit apprehensive for a moment. "Teacher, Dongjiang University is a national key university. I'm afraid I won't be able to get in. With your grades, there shouldn't be any problem." Lang Yongliang's gaze, filled with expectations and encouragement, brought a wave of warmth to Wang Sheng. On this weekend morning, as Wang Sheng walked through the campus of Dongjiang University, he recalled his mentor's earnest teachings and ardent expectations from a few years ago, feeling as if he had returned to Chuzhou Teachers College. Professor Lang Yongliang lived in the North Third District. The North Third Aruha is an old faculty dormitory of Dongjiang University, located at the northern foothills of Mount Pipa, intersecting with the Maple Garden Corner at the western foothills of Mount Pipa. The North Third Aruha consists of the east and the west. The east area is a unit building that was only built a few years ago. Both its structure and appearance are new, and the camphor trees downstairs are not as tall as a floor. Like most housing built in the late 1970s and early 1980s, it is square and resembles a matchbox. Each building ranges from 5 to 6 floors, mostly with 2 or 3 bedrooms and 1 living room. Most of the cadres and teachers of Dongjiang University live here. Near the southern section, a cluster of milky white 3-story buildings is nestled among the trees. The exterior has been sprayed with imported paint, and the balconies are spacious. It is said that each suite covers an area of nearly 200 square meters. A white fence surrounds the buildings, separating them from the surrounding architecture. The lawn within the compound is neatly trimmed, resembling a green carpet, highlighting the distinguished status of the residents living inside. The white building housed all school leaders and senior professors of Dongjiang University, including the president, He Shouwu. Dongjiang University students affectionately refer to this building as the White House. Less than 500 meters south of the White House stood the Dongjiang University International Academic Reception Center, completed only 2 years ago. Since the president resided in the White House, attending meetings or reception activities at the reception center was convenient. With the white building as the boundary, the east side is known as the New North Aruha, while the west is the Old North Aruha. The so-called Old North Aruha is a stretch of old houses at the foot of the northern foothills of Mount Pipa, featuring red walls and gray tiles, typical of the architectural style of the Republic of China era. There are 8 2-story buildings in total, which are also known as the Old 8 buildings. During the Republic of China period, the Old 8 buildings were all occupied by famous professors from Dongjiang University, each occupying one building with a single entrance and courtyard, exuding an aristocratic air, even more imposing than the school leaders currently residing in that white building. However, times had changed, and due to years of neglect, the once magnificent old 8 buildings had become dilapidated, with peeling walls, overgrown weeds, and debris scattered everywhere, creating a desolate scene. In the 1920s and 1930s, when the famous scholar and writer Zong was employed to teach in the Department of Chinese Literature at Dongjiang University, he lived there for more than a year and wrote a short story called The Deserted Garden. Later, the students of Dongjiang University gave the old 8 buildings an alternative name, the Deserted Garden. Most residents living in the desolate garden were ordinary faculty members of Dongjiang University. Each building housed several families. Some even shared a kitchen and bathroom with 2 families. Compared to the spacious and luxurious living conditions of the past, where professors lived in a single building, it now appears cramped and crowded. It was said that the principal, He Shouwu, who was recently transferred from Chuzhou Teachers College, once lived in the desolate garden for some time, but soon moved to the White House. Professor Lang Yongliang lives in a building in the deserted garden. With his qualifications, he could have lived in the White House along with the school leaders. However, when he transferred from Chuzhou Teachers College to Dongjiang University, the White House was already full. Fortunately, there was an empty room in the abandoned garden, so he moved in. Perhaps due to the buildings from different eras being squeezed together, the house numbers in the northern area were not uniform and were somewhat chaotic. When Wang Sheng first went to visit his mentor at the desolate garden, he wandered from the new northern area to the old north area, feeling like he was in a maze. It took him quite a bit of effort to find it. 2. Talk in the abandoned garden. 1. Professor Lang Yongliang's home was on the first floor. Opening the door was Mrs. Lang, Qi Shizhen. Wang Sheng called her teacher mother. Wang Sheng was a frequent visitor to Lang's home when he was at Chuzhou Teachers College. Not long after Lang Yongliang was transferred to Dongjiang University, Wang Sheng was admitted as his graduate student. He always visited his mentor's home during the holidays. The teacher's wife treated him casually, like a family member, and rarely spoke politely. Qi Shizhen was cleaning the living room. She was wearing an apron tied around her chest, sleeves on her arms, and a mop in her hand. "Teacher mother, let me help you mop the floor." As soon as Wang Sheng entered, he reached for the mop, but Qi Shizhen blocked him with her arm and nudged her mouth. "Teacher is in the yard cutting branches for the loquat tree. Go help him." Wang Sheng let out an "oh" sound, so he found a pair of cotton slippers in the shoe cabinet and changed into them, walked through the living room and towards the yard. The courtyard was insignificant, with half a vegetable patch and the other half filled with various flowers, plants, and bonsai. According to the lunar calendar, it was March or April when everything came back to life, and the weather was warm and sunny. The 2 loquat trees in the courtyard had already sprouted green leaves, with thick and plump leaves densely layered, making the originally graceful and tall trunks appear fat and bloated, resembling pregnant women. Lang Yongliang was wearing an open-neck sweater with his sleeves rolled up high, and he was holding a large pair of scissors to trim the branches. With a series of snapping sounds, the superfluous leaves and branches fell down one after another, covering the ground. His proficient posture resembled that of an experienced gardener. "Teacher, let me do it!" Wang Sheng took the large scissors from Lang Yongliang's hand without waiting for his reaction. Every time he came to his teacher's house, Wang Sheng would take the initiative to help with some household chores, and he had become adept at tasks such as pruning flowers. Lang Yongliang was clearly accustomed to Wang Sheng's diligence and stepped aside, taking a towel from the clothes rack against the wall and wiping the sweat from his face. At the top of the clothes rack hung 2 strings of cured sausages and a salted fish, gifts that Wang Sheng had brought from his home during the winter break for his advisor. After cutting the branches, Wang Cheng and Lang Yongliang worked together to clean up the fallen twigs, both of them sweating profusely. Once the work was done, the 2 men returned to the study. The study was not large, and the walls were lined with bookshelves. A small desk stood by the window, also covered in books. In the middle of the room was an old-fashioned tea table stacked with a thick pile of books. The bookshelves, desk, and tea table had all been transported from Chuzhou, and their style and color were as antiquated as the house itself. Whenever Wang Sheng talked with his advisor in the study, he would always be reminded of his days at the Chuzhou Normal School, giving him a feeling of unreality. Wang Sheng noticed an open book on the tea table, Yang Jiang's 6 Records of Cadre School Life, which had become a bestseller recently. Yang Jiang was the wife of the famous scholar Qian Zhongshu. Wang Sheng had read a few chapters in the reading room of the library, and they had left a deep impression on him. Now, seeing the book again in his advisor's study, he couldn't resist picking it up and flipping through it. His eyes stopped on a passage. In our cadre school, there was a forthright and outspoken Dr. Huang. Once, Mo Tsun went to see her for medical treatment. She saw that he had written Qian Zhongshu's name in the signature book and angrily said, "Nonsense! What a Qian Zhongshu! I know Qian Zhongshu!" Mo Tsun insisted that he was Qian Zhongshu. Dr. Huang said, "I know Qian Zhongshu's wife." Mo Tsun withstood the test and told her his wife's name. Dr. Huang still wasn't convinced, but whether Mo Tsun was an imposter didn't matter, so she didn't argue further. Afterward, when I brought up this incident with Dr. Huang, she couldn't help laughing, saying, "How is that not alike at all?" Just then, Lang Yongliang returned from the bathroom and sat on the rattan chair behind his desk. He reached for the thermos on the table, took off the lid, and sipped tea. Seeing that Wang Sheng was so absorbed in reading 6 Records of Cadre School Life, he pointed a finger at it and muttered, "Indeed a good book. You can read it 100 times without getting tired. I'm already on my 3rd read." "I've read a few chapters at the library. The author's writing style is excellent," Wang Sheng agreed. "It's not just the writing style, it's practically a spiritual history of Chinese intellectuals," Lang Yongliang corrected him earnestly. Wang Sheng kept quiet. He knew that his advisor was about to expound. As a student, the wisest course of action was to remain silent. "I experienced all the things Yang Jiang wrote about in her book when I was at the Niangzhu Lake Cadre School," Lang Yongliang said in a reflective tone. "When I first arrived at the school, I lived with He Xiaowu in a temporary shack by the lake. Due to the low terrain, the shack was very humid. Whenever it rained or the lake water rose, leeches and cockroaches were everywhere. Over 10 people slept on a large bunk bed, with only a thin layer of thatched grass on the floor. The cold rose from the ground in winter and penetrated people's bones. It was then that He Xiaowu got rheumatism. Soon after, the school began to build its dormitories. To complete them before the rainy season, the company required each student to demud 1,000 adobe bricks every day. Do you know what demud brick means? It's to put soil into a rectangular wooden frame and make it into adobe bricks for building walls and houses. When Wang Sheng heard the word adobe, he couldn't help but let out an "ah." He thought to himself, "My family lives right next to a brick and tile factory, and I've been dealing with adobe since I was a child. Not only am I familiar with every step of the adobe making process, but when I was in elementary school learning about work and agriculture, I even learned how to make adobe from the workers." However, he didn't say it out loud. Instead, he continued to listen silently to Lang Yongliang as he spoke, just like he usually did in class when listening to the teacher. 1,000 adobe bricks a day is no small amount. Fortunately, I was young then, and I could barely finish it from early morning till late at night. But it wasn't so easy for Xiaowu. He was weaker than me and had rheumatism. By dinner time every day, half of the workload remained. To complete the task, he had to work overtime after dinner, and he would work until midnight. After a while, he lost much weight and couldn't straighten his back. I feared he couldn't handle it, so I helped him work together. Finally, we managed to finish the task by the end of the month. When the company settled the task, Xiaowu met the target and exceeded the daily goal of 1,000 adobe bricks. 6 months later, we moved into new dormitories, and Xiaowu was also rated as an activist of the whole school. Soon after, he became the squad leader. Lang Yongliang paused to take a sip of tea. It was clear that 6 records of cadre school life had stirred up memories that were hidden deep in his heart. Wang Cheng had heard about the special relationship between Lang Yongliang and Principal He Shou back when he was studying at the Chuzhou Teachers College. But he was hearing about their experiences at the cadre school for the first time. From the somber light in Lang Yongliang's eyes behind his spectacles and the tightly knitted gray eyebrows, he could sense the pain this period had left in the old man's heart. He had read about this kind of pain in many contemporary novels, and he was not unfamiliar with it. But at this moment, when he heard it directly from his advisor, he was still shaken. He said, "Advisor, you can also write down these experiences like Yang Jiang. When I even think about those nightmarish experiences, my nerves feel like they can't bear it. If I were to write them down, it would be like reliving them again. I can't take that kind of torture." Lang Yongliang shook his head resolutely. "The 10 years of catastrophe destroyed so many intellectuals' dreams. It's really unbearable to look back on. Luckily, that absurd era has finally passed, and I've returned to Dongda. But to me, it's like in that song, 'My youthful bird has flown away and never returned.' I'm already old, and I'll be retiring in a few more years." Lang Yongliang seemed a bit sad when he said this. Perhaps feeling that revealing his emotions easily in front of his students was a bit inappropriate, he quickly adjusted his mood and regained his usual reserved demeanor. "Oh, today we're talking about your paper. Look where I've gone," he smiled self-deprecatingly. "So, tell us about your paper." Seeing that the teacher had shifted the conversation to today's main topic, Wang Sheng heaved a sigh of relief. He shifted his motionless posture and took out a stack of manuscript paper from his school bag, presenting it with both hands respectfully. "This is my thesis outline. Please take a look first." Lang Yongliang leaned up from his rattan chair, placed the thermos flask on the coffee table, and took the few pages of manuscript, starting to read them carefully. At this moment, Wang Sheng noticed that Lang Yongliang's thermos cup was empty, so he picked it up and walked outside the study. He passed through the living room and arrived in the courtyard. He poured the tea leaves into the trash can under the clothesline and was about to return to the house when he saw his teacher's wife, Qi Shizhen, and a young girl reinforcing the loofah frame in the vegetable garden. This loofah frame was built by Wang Sheng and Lang Yongliang not long ago. At present, the vines had climbed to the top of the frame. If it wasn't reinforced, the loofahs would easily collapse after they grew out. At this moment, seeing the clumsy appearance of his teacher's wife and the girl, Wang Sheng said, "Teacher Mother, you can leave this work for a while. I'll do it with my teacher later." However, Qi Shizhen continued to be busy. Without raising her head, she said, "It's okay. You guys go ahead with your work. Xiaoli and I will finish in a while." It turned out that this girl was called Xiaoli. Wang Sheng sized her up from afar. Xiaoli was about 25 or 26 years old, with short hair that reached her ears, wearing a beige checkered corduroy jacket. She had a petite figure, standing at less than 1.6 meters, with compact and ordinary facial features, appearing very plain. Wang Sheng felt that she looked somewhat familiar, as if he had seen her somewhere before, but not at Lang Yongliang's house. The intimate way she and his wife whispered and worked together made them look like a family. As Wang Sheng was pondering this, he noticed that Xiaoli turned her face around to size him up as well, and he awkwardly retracted his gaze. When Wang Sheng returned to the study room with a cup of fresh tea and water, Lang Yongliang had already finished reading the thesis outline and was frowning, thinking about something. Wang Sheng saw the teacher's expression and was worried that he was not satisfied with his thesis outline, so he became nervous. Although Lang Yongliang was usually kind to him, like a father, he was very strict in academic requirements and never vague. He suddenly felt a little regretful. Maybe he really shouldn't have chosen On Zongda's Literary Research and Revolutionary Activities in the 1930s as the title of his master's thesis, he thought. From the beginning, the teacher disagreed with his topic choice. Zongda is a controversial figure in both the history of the Communist Party of China and the history of modern literature. Zhang Da's research involves many complex political topics. Even many mature scholars dare not venture into it. You don't need to wade into this muddy water. If you are really interested in this person, it won't be too late to study him after graduation when you have better conditions. The tutor once reminded and warned him in this tactful way. But he didn't listen to the tutor's advice in the end. He even thought, not without pride, that his supervisor's primary research interest was no longer in modern literary history, but had shifted to ancient literature. Hence, he more or less ignored his supervisor's opinions. Lang Yongliang did not object to Wang Sheng's stubbornness. In academic research, Lang Yongliang was always tolerant of him and other graduate students. But why did I knowingly go to the Tiger Mountain? Wang Sheng asked himself. Was it because of the photo I saw at the memorial hall of the former site of the Dongjiang branch of the CPC Central Committee? It was a Sunday last semester when Wang Sheng had nothing to do and was wandering around Maple Garden. As he strolled, he arrived at the memorial hall of the former site of the Dongjiang Bureau of the CPC Central Committee. Although he had seen an introduction to the memorial hall in the new student handbook of Dongjiang University when he was just admitted to graduate school, and it was just a stone's throw away from his graduate dormitory, Wang Sheng had never visited here before. The memorial hall was located in a dense maple forest and was a Western-style mansion. It is said to have been the villa of James, an American missionary who was also a school director at Dongjiang University. At the beginning of the anti-Japanese war, when James left China, he provided the Dongjiang Bureau of the CPC Central Committee with a residence and office for free. The exhibition hall on the first floor displayed pictures and textual introductions of important activities of the Dongjiang Bureau of the CPC Central Committee, from its early establishment to the 2.5 years before its evacuation from Dongjiang. The introduction to Zhang Da was just a few words. Zhang Da, 1898 to 1946, was a modern Chinese writer, translator, and scholar. During the anti-Japanese war, he served as a key leader of the Dongjiang Bureau of the CPC Central Committee. He advocated right-wing capitulationism and Trotskyist views. In 1938, he was secretly arrested and imprisoned by the Kuomintang's military intelligence agents, whereupon he defected. He died of illness in Hong Kong in 1946. The second floor housed the offices and bedrooms of several leaders from the Dongjiang Bureau. Zhang Da's bedroom-cum-office was slightly larger than those of other leaders. It consisted of a 2-bedroom apartment, with the inner room serving as Zhang Da and his family's bedroom, and the outer room as his workspace and reception area. The house's interior was sparsely furnished, with nothing but a low-legged office desk painted in red, a set of wooden sofas, and a few rattan chairs. Above the desk, there was a group photo embedded in a large glass frame, with the names and identities of the individuals in the photo labeled below the frame in order. Third from the left, Zhang Da, the then principal leader of the Dongjiang Bureau of the CPC Central Committee. Fourth from the left, Anna Louise, Zonda's wife and secretary. First from the Sakjiet, Song Qiankun, who was serving as the security staff officer of the Dongjiang Bureau of the CPC Central Committee. Due to the age of the photo or the fact that it was a reproduction, the faces of the people in the photo were very blurry, and only their facial features could be vaguely recognized. Wang Sheng carefully examined Zhang Da and Anna in the center of the photo. Zhang Da was wearing a suit and glasses, with a thin face and elegant demeanor, resembling a refined scholar. Anna, sitting next to her, had curly hair and sparkling eyes, reminding Wang Xing of the portrait of the German female revolutionary Rosa Luxemburg he had once seen. This photo looked very familiar. Wang Sheng felt that he had seen it somewhere before. He pondered for a while and suddenly remembered that many years ago, in Pai Town, he and Badong had once gone to visit Zhang Tianyi's family. It was the first time they had been to Zhang Tianyi's house, and by then, they had already become good friends. They spent the entire afternoon playing at Zhang Tianyi's house that day. In search of a book, Zhang Tianyi opened a rattan wooden box under his mother's bed in her bedroom. Although he didn't find the book, he stumbled upon a photo album. Wang Sheng opened the album curiously and started browsing through it. But before he could finish, he heard Zong Tianyi shout, "Quick, let's go, my mom is coming!" and snatched the album away and put it back in the box. Wang Sheng had long heard that Zong Tianyi's mother was crazy, so he was scared and quickly followed Zong Tianyi out of his mother's bedroom. Wang Sheng was sure that the photo he saw on the wall of Zong Da's office in the memorial hall was the same one he had seen in the album of Zong Tianyi's family. The two photos were identical. Moreover, he was surprised that Zong Tianyi looked similar to Zong Da in the photo, and that foreign woman named Anna. Wang Sheng recalled the family history he had heard from Zong Tianyi in Chuzhou City, and his heart skipped a beat. Could it be that this renowned figure in modern Chinese history is the grandfather of Zong Tianyi and Gu Zheng? This unexpected discovery stunned Wang Sheng and fueled his curiosity even more. 3. Talk in the Abandoned Garden. 2. Whether it's I annotate the 6 classics or the 6 classics annotate me, a rigorous academic paper should ensure that every statement is well-founded, with ample evidence to support each argument. One should not be satisfied with ready-made conclusions when dealing with historical events or figures. Instead, one should present their own arguments based on thoroughly examining diverse materials and carefully considering various viewpoints. Professor Lang Yongliang sat in his rattan chair and spoke in a rather serious tone. Wang Sheng rarely saw his teacher so serious, and he couldn't help but feel a bit nervous. He quickly took out his notebook from his bag to take notes, not daring to breathe too loudly. Based on the current outline, you have not done well in these 2 aspects. Firstly, Zong Da was not merely a writer or scholar. He was also a revolutionary who once held important leadership positions within the Communist Party of China. These 2 roles often conflicted with each other. Whenever politics and academia contradicted, Zong Da would inevitably give up politics and stick to academia, reflecting an intellectual's professional duty and integrity. Secondly, most of the historical materials you quoted are from the left-wing camp, with very few from the right-wing camp. These historical materials all adhere to the same conclusion. Zong Da is a traitor. In other words, Zong Da's literary activities in the 1920s and 1930s should be responsible for his later political defection. The problem is that Zong Da's betrayal and collaboration during the anti-Japanese war remains a mystery. However, even with irrefutable evidence, it cannot be inferred that everything Zong Da did during his leadership of the Shanghai leftist Liu Hug in the 1930s was wrong or even reactionary. Teacher, do you mean that Zong Da didn't necessarily betray? Lang Yongliang's words took aback Wang Sheng. Lang Yongliang did not directly answer Wang Sheng's question. He took a sip of tea and continued, "In the early 1950s, I wrote a paper on Zong Da. When I reviewed many historical materials before liberation, I found that the so-called treason and collaboration of Zong Da all came from the Kuomintang Military Intelligence and Central Intelligence Bureau. When the Communist Party and Yan'an media reported on this matter, they also quoted newspapers from the nationalist-controlled areas. During the 8 years from his arrest to his death, Zong Da himself did not publish any other statements except for the My Confession he publicly released after his arrest. As a scholar engaged in progressive literary and artistic activities since the 1920s, this is unbelievable." "Where did you publish that article?" Lang Yongliang smiled bitterly and said, "I was labeled a rightist even before it was published. Just because of that unpublished paper?" Wang Sheng was astonished. "What viewpoint did you put forward exactly?" Lang Yongliang recalled, "That paper mainly discussed the issue of human belief and freedom, using Zong Da's My Confession as an example. The basic viewpoint was that belief is not equal to religion, and establishing belief is a tortuous and difficult process. In this process, belief is not constant once and for all. It changes with practice and changes in people's understanding. Therefore, if a person abandons or denies his previous beliefs in the later period, it cannot be regarded as a betrayal of the self or belief, but a problem bound to be encountered in pursuing truth. When this paper was just submitted to the journal's editorial department, it coincided with the anti-rightist campaign. It was regarded as a poisonous weed that promoted bourgeois idealism and violated Marxism, and it was subjected to fierce criticism. "Teacher, I really want to read this article," said Wang Sheng, unable to contain his curiosity. "Do you still have the original manuscript?" "I originally made 2 copies, but they were confiscated during the Cultural Revolution, and I haven't found them since," Lang Yongliang sighed regretfully. Lang Yongliang's words completely disrupted Wang Sheng's initially clear train of thought, turning it into a tangled mess that couldn't be sorted out. However, can academia and politics be separated? He thought aimlessly, feeling that all his efforts during this period had been in vain, and he couldn't help but feel a bit depressed. Lang Yongliang sensed Wang Sheng's mood and, to ease the overly serious atmosphere, changed his tone and said, "Of course, this cannot be entirely blamed on you. As long as we don't rid ourselves of that omnipresent political thinking logic, it will be impossible for us to objectively and fairly evaluate Zong Da's life. This is also why I initially disagreed with you writing about Zong Da. In Chinese history, especially since modern times, literature, art, and academia have always been entangled with politics, and examples of mutual harm are not uncommon. The spiritual and imaginative spaces of ancient intellectuals were much freer and looser. In the modern political environment, producing such unrestrained and uninhibited literati as Laozi, Zhuangzi, Li Bai, and Su Shi would be impossible. This is also why, after the end of the Cultural Revolution, I gradually shifted my academic interests from modern literature to ancient literature and culture." At this point, Lang Yongliang stood up from the rattan chair, took out a book from the bookcase next to the desk, and handed it to Wang Sheng. "This is a book I just published, which was compiled based on the handouts for the writer's class." Wang Sheng took the book with both hands, and the smell of new book ink hit his face. On the cover were a few prominent handwritten characters, new interpretation of Laozi and Zhuangzi. He opened the catalog and saw the title of one of the chapters was Laozi's Nothing and Something, so he read on with great interest. In the thoughts of Laozi and Zhuangzi, non-action is an important concept. Non-being is a remarkable idea. In a sense, non-being is more important than being. Western political science also holds a similar view. It believes that a government's primary responsibility is not to dictate what people should do. Its most essential and indispensable duty is to define what people should not do. For example, you should not steal, you should not kill, you should not set fire, you should not disrupt public order, you should not cause physical harm to others, and you should not infringe upon others' property or public property. Besides, non-action mainly refers to governance, to the monarch and the ministers. Of course, it does not refer to workers, farmers, or ordinary people. If workers do not work, farmers do not plant, and ordinary people do not marry or take wives, how can it work? So Zhuangzi made it clear that non-action is at the top and action is at the bottom. Of course, you can also interpret it from the opposite perspective. It does not discuss issues from the perspective of diligent governance, nor does it discuss issues from the perspective of giving off a bit of heat and light. So Zhuangzi is not Lu Xun, and Laozi is not one of the most accomplished politicians. But their non-action is indeed aimed at the disorderly action during the spring and autumn period, which oppressed, tormented, and exploited the people. Wang Sheng had long known that his mentor had given a class on Laozi and Zhuangzi to the writer's class. According to classmates who had attended, the class was very interesting. However, he had never had the opportunity to participate in it. Now that he had seen this book, it was indeed interesting. Even though he had only read one passage, it was as insightful and engaging as if he had personally listened to his mentor's lecture, which was both profound and accessible. He said, "Teacher, could you give me a copy of this book?" "Of course, I'll give it to you. I've already prepared it for you," said Lang Yongliang, turning around and taking out a stack of equally brand-new books from under the bookcase, pulling out one of them. Wang Sheng eagerly took it over and saw a line written on the title page. To student Wang Sheng, please correct any errors. Below is the signature of the mentor. When Wang Sheng was studying at Chuzhou Teachers College, he received a gift of a textbook on literary history of colleges and universities edited by Lang Yongliang. It was the first time he had received a personal monograph from his mentor. Overwhelmed with joy, he repeatedly said, "Thank you, teacher. I will study hard when I go back." Lang Yongliang said thoughtfully, "Well, not only do people who engage in modern and contemporary literature need to learn more about ancient Chinese thought and culture, but people who study foreign literature and philosophy should also learn. Modern people are not as good as ancient people in many aspects. Compared with the great wisdom of Laozi and Zhuangzi, who are neither noble nor humble, neither honorable nor humiliated, and who do what they want and enjoy themselves, the pattern and realm of Lu Xun and Hu Shi seem narrow in comparison. I have not only said this to you, but also to Lang Tao. Heidegger, whom he studied, is regarded by the Chinese philosophical community as a Western existentialist. Master Yi, the abstruse concepts of self, id, and superego sound unfathomable. Still, they are actually also found in the thoughts of Laozi and Zhuangzi, such as the Tao that can be told is not the eternal Tao, 1 begets 2, 2 begets 3, and 3 begets all things, which are much more thorough than his ideas. In Laozi and Zhuangzi, philosophy has achieved the true oblivion of self and things and the unity of body and soul. But Heidegger, who always talked about poetic dwelling, ended up relying on the Nazi rule and became an accomplice of fascism. I have debated with Lang Tao about these many times. Speaking of which, both Lang Yongliang and Lang Tao are teachers of Wang Sheng. Last semester, he even took a course taught by Lang Tao. However, Lang Yongliang rarely talked about Lang Tao in front of him, and what puzzled Wang Sheng was that although he had visited Lang Yongliang's house many times, he had never met Lang Tao. When his mentor suddenly mentioned Lang Tao, he felt slightly surprised and couldn't help but recall the note he had handed out during the last lecture on Heidegger given by Lang Tao on the new 4th building. He felt that his mentor's views coincided with his own. He pondered on sharing his thoughts with his mentor, such as the relationship between Heidegger and his teacher Husserl and his abandonment of Arendt. What would his mentor think? He saw an enlarged photo hanging on the opposite wall, a family portrait of his mentor, his wife, and Lang Tao. Lang Tao stood between his parents in the photo, wearing a bright smile. Judging from the back of the Dongjiang University gate, it was taken shortly after his mentor transferred to Dongjiang University. Wang Sheng's gaze lingered on that photo for a moment, and the words he had initially wanted to say to his mentor were swallowed back. Instead, he uttered, "Lang Tao, doesn't he live at home?" "Oh, he lives in the school's single dormitory and rarely returns." Lang Yongliang also looked at the family portrait on the wall and said sarcastically, "The forgotten exist. He's full of these concepts, and your master mother and I are almost forgotten by him." Wang Sheng sensed a hint of reproach in his mentor's words, yet his face betrayed a look of paternal affection akin to that of a father towards his son. He had once seen such an expression on his own father's face. It was almost noon when Wang Sheng heard the sound of chopping vegetables on a cutting board. A fragrance of stir-fried dishes wafted from the kitchen, indicating that his mentor's wife had started preparing lunch. In the past, if it was mealtime, Wang Sheng might have stayed at his mentor's house to eat. But this morning, after a long conversation with Lang Yongliang, his mind was filled with his mentor's words, akin to overeating that was hard to digest. His heart felt blocked, and his thoughts were in disarray. He wanted to find a place to be alone for a while, so he got up and excused himself. "Don't forget to take the outline," Lang Yongliang reminded. "Think more, read more materials, and don't rush to start writing." Wang Sheng nodded and bowed respectfully to his mentor before exiting the study and walking into the courtyard. At that moment, Xiao Li was squatting on the ground, picking chives. Upon seeing Wang Sheng leave, she nodded politely and smiled slightly, revealing 2 shallow dimples. Wang Sheng felt that although Xiao Li's appearance was ordinary, her smile was very gentle and serene. From the intimate look Xiao Li had when she was with his mentor's wife, it was evident that her relationship with the teacher's family was definitely unique. It could either be a relative or... Wang Sheng speculated in his mind as he unknowingly walked out of the abandoned garden. 4. Photographer. It was less than 2 kilometers from the abandoned garden to Maple Garden, but it felt like Wang Sheng had walked for a long time. Along the way, his thoughts drifted and wavered, and Lang Yongliang's exhortation echoed in his ears. Think more, read more materials, and don't rush to write. Although it was still in an encouraging tone, the fleeting expression of disappointment on his mentor's face was still captured by the sensitive Wang Sheng, and his heart was overshadowed by a haze. From Chuzhou Teachers College to Dongjiang University, Wang Sheng's every step of growth was inseparable from the guidance and earnest teachings of his mentor, Lang Yongliang. Whenever he encountered any difficulties in his studies, the first person he thought of was to seek advice from his mentor. Every word and smile of his mentor had a pivotal influence on him. In Wang Sheng's mind, if his father represented the past, then his mentor represented the future, representing the era he was currently navigating. In his eyes, his mentor's experiences, academic achievements, and accomplishments were tinged with a sense of solemnity and brilliance, making him admire him immensely and secretly regard him as his role model. However, despite his constant efforts to keep up with his mentor's pace and integrate into this fascinating era, he still felt powerless, like a child learning to walk with stumbles and falls. As a country boy who grew up reading comic books, black and white lines and color blocks constituted the entire color palette of Wang Sheng's youth. Therefore, when he suddenly found himself in a colorful and bizarre world, he felt very uncomfortable, like a colorblind person. All people and things seemed so strange and exaggerated in his eyes. He once thought that knowledge and academic qualifications could change him from the inside out. Still, this process was so long and challenging, no less than the process of a silkworm turning from a chrysalis into a butterfly. However, he had been working hard and had performed outstandingly, at least in the eyes of his tutor. But now, he had been vaguely shaken in this confidence. Was the tutor really disappointed in me? He couldn't help asking himself, just like a child's first reaction when encountering trouble outside is to go home and ask his parents. But he quickly dismissed the idea. Wasn't a person's self-confidence based on self-cognition but on the attitude of others, even if this person was his mentor? The answer was, of course, no. From Chuzhou Teachers College to Dongjiang University, my mentor has always admired me very much. Otherwise, he would not have taken the initiative to suggest I take the exam for his graduate student. As he thought about it, the loss and frustration in his heart gradually disappeared. For Wang Sheng, this was ultimately just a growing pain. Therefore, when he returned to Maple Garden, his mood had become as bright as the sunny weather. It was lunchtime, and Wang Sheng had just finished eating at the Maple Garden cafeteria. He returned to his dormitory amidst the bustling crowds and noticed a note lying on the ground. Picking it up, he read the scrawled handwriting on it. Zong Tianyi is coming. Will invite his sister, Gu Zheng, to have dinner with us tonight. The location is room 666, Jiangxin Renjia, on Jiangxin Island. The note had no opening or closing, but Wang Sheng knew Du Wei had written it at first sight of the sloppy handwriting. There was also a brand-new magazine on the ground, the latest issue of Lang Taosha, which Du Wei had slipped through the door crack. Wang Sheng picked up the magazine and looked through it. This issue was Du Wei's photo album. The cover, second cover, third cover, and back cover were all Du Wei's photographs. At the end of the album, Wang Sheng wrote an article, Hardships and Difficulties Make You Successful, a record of young photographer Du Wei. For this article, Du Wei came to Maple Garden to see him almost every day a few days ago, said a lot of good things, and even brought up Zong Tianyi to provoke him. To help me hold a film exhibition and publish this album, Zong Tianyi sponsored 2,000 yuan. This article belongs to you, who wants us to be friends. Besides, I won't let you write for nothing. I will pay you a fee of 20 yuan for 1,000 words. Dongjiang Daily is not even at this standard. I published a photograph in their supplement, and the fee was only 10 yuan. When Du Wei said this, he had a rich and arrogant tone, and Wang Sheng was a little amused and thought to himself, when did I make such a friend? In Wang Sheng's mind, Du Wei and he were completely different types of people. Du Wei possessed a thick, roguish air. Sometimes you felt he was warm-hearted, chivalrous, and willing to go through fire and water for a friend. Other times, you felt his words and actions were too exaggerated, with a lot of fabrication, making it hard to know which statements were factual and which were false. Especially those hawk-like eyes, with an unspoken fierceness, often silently staring at you from afar, and when you turned to meet his gaze, he'd quickly look away. Since their first acquaintance, Wang Sheng had never been sure he truly understood Du Wei, just like his understanding of Zong Tianyi. At first glance, Du Wei and Zong Tianyi had much in common. Both had lost their father or mother at a young age, had struggled in the lower rungs of society, and carved out their own careers. On this point alone, Wang Sheng admired them from the bottom of his heart. Of course, they also shared a common shortcoming, their low level of education. Wang Sheng thought this way and felt relieved, disregarding Du Wei's habits and actions he disapproved of. The Maple Garden graduate dormitory housed 2 people per room. Wang Sheng's roommate was a law student named Liu Wei, who was from the city. He went home every weekend, so every Saturday and Sunday Wang Sheng had the room all to himself. Du Wei rented a place off campus but ate in the Maple Garden graduate dining hall. Wang Sheng bought meal and bath tickets for him, and they often ran into each other at the dining hall. Sometimes, if Wang Sheng were late due to class or school activities, Du Wei would come to Wang Sheng's dorm to rest for a while. If it happened to be the weekend and Liu Wei wasn't there, he would be too lazy to return to his off-campus apartment and stay overnight on Liu Wei's bed. No matter how Wang Sheng tried to persuade him against it, it was no use. Liu Wei was a neat person who would make his bed every morning and keep everything tidy. But Du Wei was a messy person, and on top of that, he was a smoker. Every time he slept on Liu Wei's bed, he'd leave behind a strong odor of smoke. When Liu Wei returned to the dorm, he smelled it, immediately lowered his face, and asked if someone had been sleeping on his bed. Wang Sheng had never learned to lie, so he had to admit to the truth. Liu Wei knew Du Wei because he often came to the dorm, and Du Wei had even taken a picture of him, but he would still angrily question Wang Sheng. "Old Du is your friend, not mine. Why do you let him sleep on my bed?" Wang Sheng was speechless. Although he wasn't the one who allowed Du Wei to sleep on Liu Wei's bed, Du Wei was, after all, his friend, and he had to take responsibility. So, he apologized repeatedly to Liu Wei, and in the end, he took Liu Wei's sheets and bedding to wash them. Wang Sheng had the habit of taking an afternoon nap. At the moment, he was lying in bed, holding a new copy of the magazine Long Taosha. Liu Wei's bed was empty across from him, and an image of Du Wei lying on his bed, smoking with his legs crossed, popped up in his mind. No matter how, Du Wei was an extraordinary person. In less than a year since enrolling in the photography department of Dajiang University, he had created quite a stir both on and off campus. He not only got to know celebrities like Lang Tao and Song Xiaofan, but he also successfully held his solo exhibition, with a special feature about him published in the Dajiang Daily newspaper. In the provincial photography scene, he had become a young photographer who attracted much attention. In such a short amount of time, he had mobilized so many resources and connections, and the whole process felt like a wonderful acrobatic performance, leaving people stunned and in awe. With these scattered thoughts, Wang Sheng unknowingly fell asleep. He had a dream. He dreamt that he, Zong Tianyi, and Du Wei were strolling on the city walls of Chuzhou. There were a lot of tourists on the wall. Du Wei held his camera, running through the crowd, taking pictures everywhere. The flash of the magnesium lights kept flashing, making people's eyes hurt. Suddenly, Du Wei disappeared. Wang Sheng and Zong Tianyi desperately searched everywhere, from the North Tower to the South Tower, but still couldn't find Du Wei. Just when they were about to give up, someone suddenly shouted behind them, "Hands up! Lay down your arms and be spared!" Wang Sheng turned around and saw a dark muzzle of a gun pointing straight at him and Zong Tianyi. The one holding the gun was none other than Du Wei. Wang Sheng and Zong Tianyi were dumbstruck. Just then, Gu Zheng suddenly appeared, grabbing Du Wei's gun-holding hand and crying out, "Du Wei, are you out of your mind? This is Wang Sheng and my brother. You're friends!" Du Wei glared with those hawk-like eyes and gave a cold laugh. "That's right. They're the ones I want to kill." Then he was about to pull the trigger, but the gun didn't fire. Only then did Wang Sheng realize that it wasn't a gun that was pointed at them, but the wide-angle lens of a camera. 5. Jiangxin Island. Wang Sheng had originally planned to go to the library in the afternoon to look up research papers, but Zong Tianyi's arrival changed his plans. After waking up from his nap, he spent the entire afternoon reading in his dormitory. It wasn't until it was almost dark that he left the graduate dormitory and headed out of campus. Dongjiang University had 4 gates: east, south, west, and north. The east gate was the main gate. The other gates were side entrances. The Maple Garden Gate was the west gate, which didn't allow any traffic except pedestrians. Outside the west gate was a small fishing village by the river called Scenic Village. Half of the villagers were fishermen, and the other half were merchants who owned restaurants, small inns, and tour boats. It was all kinds of businesses. Within a few years, Scenic Village had grown into a lively and prosperous place. Many villagers had made a fortune, tearing down their low houses and building beautiful multi-story buildings. Du Wei's rented apartment was in Scenic Village. Wang Sheng had been there once. It was on the top floor of a recently built 3-story building. The view was very wide, and from the window, the river scenery looked like a painting. Jiangxin Isle was a small island in the middle of the Dongjiang River. It had previously belonged to a radar station under the provincial military district. The entrance to the island was guarded by sentries wearing steel helmets, fully armed, who were regarded as mysterious by the locals. Later, the radar station was moved away, and Jiangxin Isle became a deserted island. A few years ago, a villager from Scenic Village leased the island and established tourism and catering businesses. The Jiangshang Renjia restaurant was the main attraction on the island. Within half a year of opening, the restaurant became very popular. In addition to the local residents, it also attracted many students and teachers from Dongjiang University. Every weekend, customers flocked to the island, making business particularly brisk. From the riverside to Jiangxin Island, there was a 100-meter-long plank road. The railings on both sides of the road were adorned with colorful triangular flags. The flags flutter when the river breeze blew, creating a joyful and festive atmosphere. Although it was not yet dark, the island was already ablaze with lights. From afar, you can see the golden characters Jiangshang Renjia, people on the river, twinkling in the hazy sky. When Wang Sheng walked into Box 666, Du Wei, Zong Tianyi, and Gu Zheng had already arrived. Du Wei was busy ordering dishes as if he were the host, not Zong Tianyi. As Wang Sheng entered the private room, Zong Tianyi, who was sipping tea, stood up to greet him. Wang Sheng and Zong Tianyi hadn't seen each other for a long time. Compared with a few years ago, Zong Tianyi seemed to have gained some weight, and his rectangular face had become an oval one, looking much more stable and mature than before. Of course, the most significant change in Zong Tianyi was his appearance. He wore 2 golden rings on each hand, and a mobile phone as thick as a brick was always in his hand. He looked exactly like those wealthy people in the movies. Zong Tianyi extended his arms exaggeratedly and hugged Wang Sheng. Wang Sheng was not used to this kind of etiquette standard among adult friends. His face turned slightly red. Perhaps it was because the light in the box was dim. Zong Tianyi did not notice it. He patted him on the shoulder heavily, looked him up and down, and said in an intimate tone, "Wang Cheng, you still look like a scholar. I haven't heard from you for so long. Did you become a graduate student at a prestigious university and forget about me?" "Who's forgotten who? Your sister is studying at Dongjiang University, and you haven't come to see her for so long," Wang Sheng explained earnestly, turning his face to Gu Zheng beside him as if asking her to verify his words. "Don't you think so?" Gu Zheng just looked back and forth between Wang Sheng and Zong Tianyi, saying nothing. She remained as taciturn as before. Zong Tianyi glanced at his sister, seemingly somewhat embarrassed, and said, "What Wang Cheng said is true. I've been too busy with my business these past 2 years. I know your business has grown big. Otherwise, you wouldn't have sponsored Dewey with such a large sum of money," said Wang Sheng. "It's hard to say whether our business has expanded, but if my brothers are in trouble, I won't hesitate to help." Zong Tianyi spoke with a sense of righteousness and gallantry. "If you need any support in the future, I will also contribute my money and effort, and it won't be less than what I give to Dewey." But Wang Sheng didn't pick up on his remark. Looking at those blue eyes, he recalled the photo he saw in the Dongjiang Bureau Memorial Hall and thought, Zong Tianyi and Zong Da look too alike. There were 2 unfamiliar young men and women in the private room besides Zhang Tianyi and Gu Zheng. One was handsome, the other beautiful, and they were dressed fashionably. At first, Wang Sheng thought they were a couple, but upon closer inspection, he realized that the young man was actually Ba Dong. Their eyes met briefly, and Wang Sheng wanted to say hello, but Ba Dong turned his face away as if he didn't recognize him. Recalling the complicated and ambiguous relationship between their fathers, Wang Sheng felt a bit uneasy and turned his gaze away as well. "Wang Sheng, it's been a long time since you last saw Ba Dong, right?" Zhang Tianyi noticed the subtle expressions on both their faces and asked deliberately, "Ba Dong also got admitted to university and is studying at Dongjiang Economic Management College." Wang Sheng let out an, "Oh," and then turned his gaze back to Ba Dong. After Ba Dong heard Zong Tianyi introduce himself to Wang Sheng, he felt too embarrassed to ignore or snub him, so he nodded at Wang Sheng. Wang Sheng nodded back and casually said, "Oh, that's great, congratulations." "What's there to congratulate? It's just a mediocre university. How can it compare to Dongjiang University?" Ba Dong curled his lips and lowered his eyelids, wearing an expression that was hard to pinpoint as self-deprecation or inferiority. Dongjiang Economic Management College was a private vocational college established just 2 years ago. Most of its students failed to meet the unified admission line during the college entrance examination. Not only do they have to pay tuition fees, but they also receive diplomas from adult education. Therefore, it was nicknamed Pheasant University. Thinking of having spent so many years repeating his studies in Badong, only to end up in such an irregular college, Wang Sheng couldn't help but feel a bit sympathetic towards his childhood friend. He said, "It's not important which school you attend, but the major. Economic management is a popular major nowadays. The job you find after graduation may not be much worse than that at Dongjiang University." "Wang Sheng, you don't have to comfort me like this," Badong said, rolling his eyes at Wang Sheng. "I know you look down on me. I'm not as good at reading as you, but I don't need your sympathy." Wang Sheng's face turned slightly red. "Badong, how can you say that? When did I ever look down on you?" Seeing that they were about to quarrel, Zong Tianyi once again played the role of a mediator, as he used to. "Come on, you're a graduate student and a college student. How can you still quarrel like you did when you were kids?" At that moment, Du Wei returned to the private room after ordering. "You finally came. I was worried you might not see the note I left," he said to Wang Sheng. "I don't need to introduce Ba Dong. Let me introduce Miss Mengfei to you. She's a student at Dongjiang Art School and will soon become an actress in the Chuju song and dance troupe. Later, we'll invite her to sing a song." The beautiful girl named Mengfei was whispering to Zhang Tianyi. When she heard Du Wei introduce herself, she raised her head, pursed her lips, and smiled, revealing 2 shallow dimples. Du Wei clapped his hands, cleared his throat, and said in a host's tone, "Tonight is my treat, and Tianyi will pay the bill. First of all, I must solemnly point out that the successful holding of my film festival is entirely due to Tianyi's strong support. Therefore, before the dinner officially begins, please allow me to express my sincerest gratitude and highest respect to our famous young entrepreneur of Chuzhou and, of course, my iron brother, Mr. Zong Tianyi." All right. There are no outsiders here. Don't act like you're performing a play." Zong Tianyi laughed and said, "Besides, the food and drinks haven't arrived yet. What are you going to offer me in gratitude and respect?" Du Wei also laughed self-deprecatingly, put down his glass, and suggested, "Since we finally got together, why not take a group photo first?" That's a given," Zong Tianyi said. "How can I not take pictures when dining with you, a photographer?" So, Du Wei took out his camera from the camera bag, and he never left his side. He asked everyone to take photos like a director. This was Du Wei's old profession, so he was naturally handy at it. He first pushed Zong Tianyi to the center position and had everyone line up in turn. The box was spacious enough to accommodate 7 or 8 people without feeling crowded. Du Wei shuffled a few people around, like arranging seats on the podium at a meeting. At first, Du Wei placed himself and Wang Sheng on either side of Zong Tianyi. Later, he felt it was inappropriate and pulled Gu Zheng, initially sitting on the far side, to the left of her brother. Meng Fei, originally sitting with Ba Dong, was also picked up by him and arranged to sit on the right side of Zong Tianyi. Wang Sheng sat closely next to Gu Zheng, noticing that she was frowning and her face devoid of any smile, seemingly dissatisfied with Du Wei's arrangement. She even deliberately distanced herself from her brother Zong Tianyi, leaning closer towards Wang Sheng. Meanwhile, Meng Fei sat on the other side of Zong Tianyi, with one hand gently draped around his arm, appearing very intimate. Du Wei arranged the seating order, retreated to the door of the box, picked up the camera and took a photo first, then called a waitress over, handed the camera to her, and quickly took a seat next to Wang Sheng in the space reserved for him. The waitress, obviously taking photos for the first time, had a slightly trembling hand. She took several pictures in a row, but none satisfied Du Wei. He had to go through several rounds of adjustments. After the group photo, the dishes were served. A large round table was packed with farm-style dishes. The main dish was boiled silver carp, the most famous dish of Jiangxin Island. A large carp weighing 3 or 4 pounds was placed in a rectangular aluminum tray with red and green chopped scallions and chili peppers. The tempting aroma of the fish filled the entire private room, making people drool even before they started eating. Wang Sheng's opportunities to dine out were few and far between, especially after he enrolled as a graduate student at Dongjiang University. In his memory, a dinner gathering of this scale could only be compared to the one held at Zhuzhen Garden in Chuzhou a few years ago. Zong Tianyi also hosted it, but this time there were 2 additional guests, Ba Dong and Meng Fei. Time has changed, and it's indeed not easy for these childhood friends to gather together. Thinking about this, Wang Sheng felt a bit dazed. He, who rarely drinks, had unwittingly become slightly intoxicated. At this moment, the large round dining table was littered with empty beer bottles, and the large silver carp in the rectangular tray had been eaten down to a skeleton. The compartment was getting a bit stuffy. Du Wei, with his shirt unbuttoned, yelled at the top of his lungs, "Waiter, it's so hot! Why don't you turn on the air conditioning? Fill me up!" Zong Tianyi also drank quite a bit, and his speech was slightly slurred. Meng Fei, sitting next to him, whispered, "You've already had 5 bottles. Cut the chatter, I have to drink this." Zong Tianyi impatiently grabbed a bottle of beer from the table, filled his glass first, and then poured for Du Wei and Wang Sheng. Next, he raised his full glass and said to them, "To this drink I toast to you both." Du Wei quickly raised his glass and said, "Don't make us feel guilty. Let's toast to you instead." "Lao Wei, listen to me first," Zong Tianyi said. "My sister is studying at Dongjiang University. I've been busy with my business and haven't had time to visit her. Today, I should toast to you and Wang Sheng. Thank you for taking care of her." Saying this, he gestured to Gu Zheng. "Little sister, have a drink with them." But Gu Zheng had no intention of raising her glass. In fact, she never drank alcohol and rarely spoke during the banquet, exuding an indifferent demeanor like an outsider. "Little sister, I came here especially to see you this time," Zhang Tianyi added, but Gu Zheng acted as if she hadn't heard, glancing at Meng Fei sitting next to Zhang Tianyi and saying, "Brother, you should tell this to Miss Meng Fei." With that, she suddenly stood up and walked out. Zhang Tianyi was taken aback for a moment. "Little sister, where are you going?" "I have something to do. I'm going back to school," Gu Zheng said, leaving without looking back. Zhang Tianyi felt a bit embarrassed and loosened his tie as if trying to conceal something. Then he digressed from the subject, saying, "It's so hot in the box. Is the air conditioning on?" Including Meng Fei, the other few people exchanged glances. Wang Sheng felt that compared to the lively atmosphere just now, the box had noticeably cooled down. As if to break the awkward atmosphere, Du Wei suggested, "Meng Fei, why don't you sing a song for us?" After being choked by Gu Zheng, Meng Fei's face turned red and white alternately, and she was somewhat at a loss. Upon hearing Du Wei's proposal, she turned her gaze to Zhang Tianyi and sought his opinion. However, Zhang Tianyi was angry about Gu Zheng's pouting departure and didn't notice Meng Fei's gaze. Meng Fei hesitated momentarily, forced a smile, and said, "Then I'll sing Childhood." Then she stood up, clasped her hands in front of her chest, held her breath, and sang, "On the banyan tree by the pond, cicadas are chirping, signaling the arrival of summer. On the swing by the playground, only butterflies rest on it. The teacher's chalk on the blackboard, still chirping and clamoring away." Meng Fei's voice was crisp, delicate, and melodious, with a hint of childlike innocence. It perfectly conveyed the nostalgic sentiment of youth embodied in this Taiwanese campus song currently popular on the mainland. "As expected of a student from the provincial art school, you sang really well." Du Wei was the first to applaud and cheer as Meng Fei finished singing. Wang Sheng and Ba Dong also applauded. However, Zhang Tianyi seemed to have not yet recovered from his previous emotions and sat in a gloomy mood. Du Wei picked up the beer bottle and poured beer into his and Meng Fei's cups, saying, "I toast to you both." Then he raised his glass and winked at Wang Sheng and Ba Dong. "Wang Sheng and Ba Dong, you two should also join me in toasting to Tianyi and Meng Fei." Wang Sheng read Du Wei's intentions from his gaze. It seemed that the relationship between Zhang Tianyi and Meng Fei was indeed extraordinary. Remembering that Zhang Tianyi had a wife and child, he immediately understood why Gu Zheng left in a huff. Several people took turns toasting again, and Wang Sheng, who rarely drank, started to feel a bit dizzy. Zhang Tianyi's mood improved a bit, and he, in turn, toasted everyone. He was visibly drunk, putting his arm tightly around Meng Fei and asking Du Wei loudly, "Old Wei, tell me the truth today. Is it reliable for Fei Fei to join the dance troupe?" Du Wei said, "Don't worry about it. I've already spoken to the old man and he promised to speak to Secretary Zhang of the singing and dancing troupe. No problem." Wang Sheng heard everything clearly from the side. Fei Fei was naturally Meng Fei, but who was the old man? As he was wondering, Du Wei told him again, "Brother, I showed your article to the old man, and he praised your writing skills." Wang Sheng could tell that Du Wei was ostentatiously showing off himself while praising him on the surface, so he asked curiously, "Old man, who is he?" "Oh, it's the former governor Song Qiankun, the father of Song Xiaofan," Du Wei said, patting Wang Sheng on the shoulder. "By the way, didn't you publish an article reviewing Song Xiaofan's novel in Lang Taosha?" Hearing the name Song Qiankun coming out of Du Wei's mouth, Wang Sheng was somewhat taken aback and didn't speak for a moment. Du Wei always liked to exaggerate and brag when he talked and acted, but when he spoke with Zhang Tianyi, he sounded so convincing that one couldn't help but believe him. "Do you suspect I'm lying?" Du Wei saw Wang Sheng's suspicion and patted his chest and said, I'm going to the old man's house next week. If you don't believe me, come with me." Du Wei was very serious and did not seem to be joking at all. Wang Sheng recalled the photo of Song Qiankun and Zhang Da that he had seen in the memorial hall of the former site of the Dongjiang Bureau. An idea suddenly popped into his mind. Song Qiankun had once been Zhang Da's security staff officer, so perhaps he might possess some information that the library did not have. With this thought in mind, he blurted out, "I'm writing my graduation thesis, and I'm thinking of visiting Song Qiankun." "No problem," Du Wei readily agreed. "I was just looking for a companion." Wang Sheng looked at Du Wei with mixed feelings and then glanced at Zong Taiyanyi as if asking whether Du Wei's words were credible. However, Zong Taiyanyi was absent-mindedly playing with the empty wine glass in his hand. Wang Sheng once again felt that Zong Tianyi not only looked like Zhang Da, but also resembled Anna, especially those eyes. 6. Unexpected visit. A week later, Wang Sheng got up at 6 in the morning as usual, washed up, read English for half an hour, and then went to the cafeteria to buy breakfast. The breakfast in the graduate cafeteria was better than that of the undergraduates, with steamed buns, steamed bread, porridge, noodles, fried cakes, fried dough sticks, and boiled eggs. Wang Sheng was not very particular about food and clothing. He had steamed buns and bread for breakfast every day, which he finished quickly. These days, to prepare his graduation thesis, he spent most of the week in the library. He returned to the dormitory, put on his backpack, and was about to go to the library. As soon as he went out, he bumped into Du Wei, walking hurriedly towards him. Wang Sheng stared at him with a surprised expression on his face and asked, "Lao Wei, you're here so early. What's up?" "What a jerk, Wang Sheng. Didn't we agree to go to the old man's house today?" Du Wei looked even more surprised than Wang Sheng. "Old man?" Wang Sheng was momentarily taken aback. He slapped his forehead and recalled the incident during their meal at Jiangxin Island last week. He initially thought Du Wei was just talking casually, and he had merely echoed the sentiment. He never expected the other party to take it seriously. At that moment, he noticed that Du Wei had shaved and changed from his usual dirty jeans to a new pair of trousers, looking much more polished, as if he were visiting someone. Wang Sheng, who was not particular about his appearance, usually wore a blue student uniform with cuffs that were worn through. "I should change my clothes too," he thought. He turned back to his dormitory and changed into a beige windbreaker. The clothes were very new, having been bought not long ago, and it was the only decent formal wear he had. He even wore the red school badge on his chest, which he rarely wore on ordinary days. Du Wei sized him up from head to toe, cracking a joke. "Wow, you're dressed quite well. You look like a graduate student." Hearing Du Wei's praise, Wang Sheng felt somewhat embarrassed and grinned. "What about you? Do you want me to say you resemble a photographer?" Upon hearing this, Du Wei also bursted out laughing. They walked out of Maple Garden together and headed towards the West School Gate. Wang Sheng was a hopeless case when it came to navigation. After 3 years of studying at Chuzhou Teachers College, he often couldn't distinguish the cardinal directions when exiting the Xinhua bookstore. He would mistakenly take the East Gate Road for the West Gate Road and the North Gate Road for the South Gate Road. Even after more than a year of graduate studies at Dongjiang University, he remained unfamiliar with the street traffic in Dajiang City. Unlike Wang Sheng, Du Wei was a natural at navigating his surroundings, just like he was at dealing with people. Although he joined Dongjiang University later than Wang Sheng, he had already become well acquainted with the city's traffic. Less than 50 meters from the West School Gate was the number 15 bus stop. As it was a weekend, quite a few people were waiting for the bus. Du Wei took out a pack of cigarettes and asked Wang Sheng if he wanted one. Wang Sheng shook his head, so Du Wei lit up one himself. Seeing Du Wei carrying a grass-green backpack, Wang Sheng asked curiously, "What's all that stuff stuffed inside?" Du Wei smiled mysteriously and said, "You'll find out in a moment." "Song, Qiankun, where does the old man live?" Wang Sheng was not accustomed to addressing a stranger as an old man, let alone someone of such high status. South Lake, the leaders of the provincial party committee and government all live there, Du Wei said, sounding as if he himself lived there too. Is it far? Which bus should we take? Du Wei drew a big circle with the hand holding the cigarette. Dongjiang University is in the west and South Lake is in the east. It goes through the whole city. Do you think it's far or not? Wang Sheng was slightly puzzled. How did Du Wei get to know Song Jiankun? Listening to him calling him old man repeatedly, as if they were family, Wang Sheng found it somewhat ridiculous. Still, he could not help but admire Du Wei's ability to get acquainted with people so easily. The number 15 bus crawled slowly towards them. Wang Sheng followed Du Wei and boarded the bus. The number 15 bus was a double-decker vehicle, and its long body seemed clumsy. Especially during sharp turns, the entire bus leaned severely as if it was about to topple over. Wang Sheng had to grip tightly onto the overhead rail. The bus was crowded, and the cabin was filled with a pungent mixture of gasoline fumes and human odor, reminding him of the black diesel fuel that flowed everywhere on the brick and tile factory's molding site. Wang Sheng was half a head shorter than Du Wei. Standing behind him, he saw the bulging grass-green backpack swaying in front of him, resembling a moving hill. What could be inside? He couldn't help but wonder. Du Wei once told him that this backpack was a gift from a buddy of his who was a squad leader in the army. It's a genuine field bag, waterproof, he said, showing off. Du Wei had a fondness for military gear. In Chuzhou, he often wore a military cap or a pair of military leather shoes, looking very imposing. Wang Sheng had heard from Du Wei that his greatest dream was to join the army, but he was rejected several times when he applied to enlist. It wasn't because of my physical condition. It was because I came from a capitalist family. Du Wei said this with a gloomy expression. Wang Sheng thought, if I hadn't been admitted to university, perhaps I would have joined the army too. As a child, he was so fascinated by war games. The number 15 bus, resembling a long snake, swayed unsteadily as it headed eastward. Wang Sheng looked out the window from above the passengers' heads, watching the variously sized buildings pass by in a blur. The sound of car horns and human chatter washed over him like waves. For a fleeting moment, Wang Sheng felt as if he were on the highway from Pai Town to Chuzhou City. While studying at the teacher's college, he had traveled back and forth on that provincial highway countless times, and he was already familiar with the smells on that long-distance bus and the scenery on both sides of the road. The buildings on both sides became increasingly sparse and low-rise. The bus exited the downtown area and entered the city's edge. Not long after, the bus stopped, and Du Wei pulled Wang Sheng and said, "Here we are." The two people got out of the bus, one after the other. On both sides of the road were dense forests filled with verdant greenery that stretched as far as the eye could see, obscuring more than half of the sky. They unfolded and closed like a screen before them, presenting a different scenery with each opening and closing. After walking for about 10 minutes, the two turned into a secluded, shaded path beside the South Lake and stopped in front of a gate with iron bars. The gate was tightly closed, and a small door on the right side was half open. Next to it, a green-roofed sentry box stood with a sentry inside, who was probably not more than 20 years old and still had a childlike innocence on his face. Although he didn't carry a gun, the bright red cap badge, the collar badge on his military uniform, and the armed belt on his waist gave him a majestic and imposing appearance. Du Wei asked Wang Sheng to take out his student ID and hand it to him. "Wait by the side for a moment," he instructed, then walked towards the sentry box. When he reached the sentry, he whispered something to him. The sentry took the ID from Du Wei, looked at it, and then went to make a phone call. Due to the distance, Wang Sheng couldn't hear what the sentry said. After a moment, the sentry put down the phone, gestured to Du Wei, and Du Wei turned back to Wang Sheng. "Go in!" Two people walked in through the half-open small door. Before them stood rows of tall sycamore trees, spruces, pines, and other trees they couldn't name. The sunlight filtered through the dense branches, painting bizarre and colorful images on the ground. Occasionally, the sound of birds came from the woods, deepening the tranquility around them and making it feel like they were in a botanical garden. Wang Sheng and Du Wei walked along the winding path. The road was paved with dark blue asphalt, clean and smooth with no dust. They saw a road sign marked with numbers and red arrows at every intersection. The direction indicated by the arrow faintly revealed a villa with gray walls and red tiles. Du Wei led the way, and judging from his familiarity, it was clear this was not his first time here. They came to a crossroad and followed the direction indicated by the road sign, approaching a building that was the same as the villa they had just seen. "Here we are," said Du Wei, ringing the doorbell. A series of beeps sounded and the door opened. Before them stood a well-groomed, nanny-like middle-aged woman. She sized up Du Wei and Wang Sheng and said, "Mr. Song is still writing. Please wait in the living room downstairs for a while." "Okay, Aunt Zhao," said Du Wei. He changed into a pair of slippers, and Wang Sheng also found a pair to put on. Only then did the two of them head towards the living room. The living room was almost half the size of a badminton court, with white walls and chestnut-colored wooden floors that had just been waxed, reflecting light like a mirror. In the center of the room stood a set of brown leather sofas. When Wang Sheng sat on them, half of his body sank into them. He tilts his face and looks at the ceiling above him, feeling very small. Aunt Zhao brewed a cup of tea for each of Wang Sheng and Du Wei and placed them on the coffee table. Then she carried a wrung-out mop and went upstairs. "Mr. Song practices calligraphy for a while every morning," Du Wei whispered, picking up the steaming cup of tea and siping. Du Wei didn't call Song Qiankun old man this time, appearing much more dignified than usual. Wang Sheng gazed at the curling steam rising from the teacup, gradually dissipating like smoke from a kitchen chimney, feeling slightly nervous. He picked up the teacup just like Du Wei did to calm himself. In Sudu, the glass teacup floated a few yellow chrysanthemum petals, emitting a faint fragrance, looking like a serene ink painting. Wang Sheng was admiring this teacup scenery and momentarily forgot to drink the tea. At this moment, Aunt Zhao came downstairs and whispered, "Song Lao wants you to go upstairs." Du Wei and Wang Sheng simultaneously put down their teacups and stood up from the sofa. They ascended the stairs, turned the corner, and were confronted by a hallway. The doors on both sides were closed, except for one at the end of the hallway, which was wide open. The light streaming in from the doorway brightened up the dim hallway considerably. As the two approached the door, they unconsciously slowed their pace. Even though the door was wide open, Du Wei still tapped his fingers to knock. "Come in," a deep and resonant voice sounded from within. Wang Sheng followed Du Wei into the room. This room was also spacious, and because it was on the second floor and had floor-to-ceiling windows, the entire room was brightly lit. On the left side of the entrance was a row of bookcases, filling up a whole wall with the top of the bookcase meeting the ceiling, thus forming a book wall. Due to the distance, Wang Sheng couldn't see clearly what books were in the bookcases. On the right side of the entrance was a row of museum shelves, also filling up an entire wall, with the top connected to the ceiling. The museum shelves were filled with various antiques and crafts that he couldn't name. In the center of the room was a desk as large as a ping-pong table, piled with multiple documents, telephones, inkstones, paperweights, brushes, and rice paper. Wang Sheng's gaze fell on a row of wooden sofas beside the desk. As the sofas were facing away from the door, he only saw a sparse gray head leaning against one of them. "Song Lao," Du Wei respectfully called out to the gray and sparse head. The sparse gray head moved slightly and slowly turned around. It was the face of an elderly man who had been well-maintained. His gray hair was combed back, revealing a broad forehead. His face was ochre red, like a solid and heavy rock, showing no signs of aging or relaxation. A pair of gold-rimmed reading glasses were perched on the tip of his nose, and the gaze coming through the lenses was solemn and dignified, as if he was scrutinizing and pondering something. Wang Sheng gazed at that intimidating face, convinced that he must have seen it somewhere before. However, it wasn't in reality but in newspapers and TV news. After shaking hands with Du Wei, Song Lao turned his gaze to Wang Sheng. "Song Lao, this is Wang Sheng, whom I mentioned to you when I called the day before yesterday. He's a graduate student in the Chinese department at the Dongjiang University," Du Wei introduced from the side. Mr. Song let out a casual, lowered his eyelids, and extended the hand that had just shaken Du Wei's to him. Wang Sheng hurriedly took a half-step forward and grasped Mr. Song's hand with both of his. It was soft and warm, not quite like the hand of an elderly person. Just as he was about to say something, Mr. Song withdrew his hand, turned around, and sat down on the sofa again. "Have a seat," he said, lowering his eyelids and squirming his plump mouth. A few indistinct sounds emerged from his nostrils. Du Wei didn't sit down. He removed his backpack and retrieved a brown paper file bag from it. He handed it to Song Lao with both hands and said, "This is the photo I restored for you. Please take a look." Mr. Song opened the file bag, took out a stack of black and white photos, placed them on the wooden coffee table in front of him, and then picked up a magnifying glass to examine each photo one by one, like a dealer of cultural relics or antiques. Not bad. The restoration is quite good," he muttered while looking at them. After examining the stack of photos, he raised his head with a smile and said, "Xiao Du, it's not easy for you to restore these old photos from decades ago to look like new ones." He paused and asked, "You said your father was a photographer, and your family used to run a photo studio in Chuzhou. What was the name of the photo studio?" "The original name was Dajiang Photo Studio," said Du Wei. "Later it was changed to Fuwei Photo Studio." Oh, Dajiang Fuwei." Song Lao muttered these words, putting the magnifying glass back on the coffee table. "I remember now. While studying at Chuzhou Middle School, my photo was taken at your family's photo studio, but it has long been lost." Seeing that Du Wei was still standing, he reached out and pulled him to sit beside him, his tone and attitude completely relaxed. "These old photos were taken during the war years. I kept them with me for decades, but they are badly damaged. I had the comrades in the office try to restore them, but none of them turned out well. Thanks to Xiaofan recommending you to me. You've helped me a lot." "Song Lao, this is just a small matter. You are too kind." "It's a trivial matter for you, but it's a big deal for me," Song Lao said with a smile as if he had remembered something. "Wait a minute." He stood up, walked to his desk, opened a drawer, took out an old-fashioned camera, and said to Du Wei, "Little Du, are you an expert? Take a look at this old relic." Du Wei took the camera from Song Lao's hands and examined it from top to bottom and from left to right several times professionally. As he looked, he said, "Oh, a Leica 3D, produced by the Lights Company in Germany. It is the world's first 35mm camera to use standard 35mm film. It expanded the film's 18 by 24mm frame to 24 by 36mm, and the aspect ratio changed from 4 to 3 to 3 to 2. Leica has launched several portable cameras, and yours is a product from 1930. Dr. Max Berlekamp designs the Elmar 50mm f3.5 lens used, and the focal plane shutter speed can be adjusted between 1/20th of a second and 1/500th of a second. I have a Leica from 1925 at home. According to my mother, it was specially purchased in Germany when my maternal grandfather founded the Dajiang Photo Studio. It's not as advanced as yours. At that time, ordinary people who used Leicas were few and far between, mostly journalists and military personnel." Du Wei knew it like the back of his hand and rattled off a long list in one breath. "Ha ha, you are indeed from a photographic family," Song Lao exclaimed. "This camera was a gift from an old leader. It has been with me through wars and upheavals and can be a testament to my revolutionary career over the better part of my life. Many of my photos were taken with it. When my home was raided during the Cultural Revolution, it was broken and could no longer be used. I kept it around as a souvenir." "This is a cultural relic of the revolution," Du Wei returned the camera to Song Lao and complimented him. Then he opened his backpack and took out a wooden box. Song Lao, this is a cultural relic collected by my godfather. It is said to have been dug up by farmers in the suburbs of Chuju during the Cultural Revolution when they were digging canals. It was sold as scrap metal to a scrap yard, but my godfather bought it back. He knows a bit about the history and said it is from the Kai Yuan period of the Tang dynasty. I don't understand it either, so it's just lying idle in my hands. It's better to bring it to you. As he spoke, he opened the wooden box, lifted the lid, and held out an odd-shaped object from inside. During the Kai Yuan period, Old Song muttered with a doubtful look, then picked up the magnifying glass again and carefully examined the object. The object was square, with dragon patterns carved all around it. It looked like a tripod, but it was a copper-cast box with a copper lock on top. This looks a bit like a bronze box, which was invented by Empress Wu Zutian as a reporting box. Many people only know of its name, but not its appearance. What exactly does it look like? There are few records in history. Empress Wu Zutian was the second daughter of Wu Shiryue, the governor of Chuju. It's believable that the bronze box was excavated in Chuju. However, this thing isn't a real bronze box. It might be a replica made by the officials in Chuju to praise Empress Wu Zutian's achievements in punishing corrupt officials. Even so, it's still a rare cultural relic. Old Song spoke like an archaeologist and turned his gaze to Du Wei. Xiao Du, your godfather has a discerning eye. Is he an archaeologist? My godfather is a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner who specializes in treating difficult and complex illnesses. Speaking of which, my birth is somewhat related to him, said Du Wei. My parents were in their 40s and still childless. Later, my father searched high and low for renowned doctors and remedies and eventually invited a doctor surnamed Wu to their home. My mother took the prescription given by Dr. Wu, and a year later I was born. To thank Dr. Wu, my parents asked me to recognize him as my godfather. So your godfather is a miracle doctor, Song Lao said with interest. I'd like to meet this person and have a good discussion with him about the bronze complaint box when I have the chance. You can't see him now, said Du Wei. I haven't seen him for a few years either. Seeing Du Wei hesitating, Song Lao asked, Oh, what's the matter? Du Wei said, Several years ago, my godfather opened a clinic in a small town at the foot of Pigu Mountain to treat the local people. He cured many complicated diseases. Due to his excellent medical skills, the locals regarded him as a reincarnation of Hua Tuo. People flocked to his clinic, while the town health center across the street remained deserted and empty. Later, someone falsely accused my godfather of misdiagnosing a patient to death and reported the case to the higher authorities, resulting in the closure of my godfather's clinic and his arrest. What happened next? Old Song asked, clearly captivated by Du Wei's narration. Over the years, he has been living in seclusion and practicing on Mount Pigu. Cultivation? It's said to be practicing the skill of avoiding hunger. I can't explain what that means. I know that. Bigu is a method of Taoist cultivation for achieving immortality. In modern terms, it's Qigong, Old Song said while gesturing. It seems that your godfather is not only a miracle doctor, but also a Qigong master. Song Lao and Du Wei were so engrossed in their conversation that they almost completely forgot about the other person. Wang Sheng, who was left out in the cold, felt a bit bored. Sitting on the wooden sofa, he looked around and noticed a painting on the wall. It was Wu Changshuo's peony, which looked quite historic in color. He wasn't sure if it was an authentic piece or a fake. Hanging next to peony was a piece of calligraphy. 80 years without effort, let alone discussing rise and fall, there are successors in the long march relay. The mentor's entrepreneurial spirit will endure for generations to come. I feel ashamed to follow in the footsteps of my peers. Hundreds of millions of foolish old men work together to break and erect. The 5 continents' hegemons have all fallen into ruin. I enjoy composing odes to the evening. The green mountains stretch as far as the eye can see, illuminated by the evening light. The signature on the lower left side reads, I copied Marshal Ye Jianying's 80 Thoughts when I retired to express my aspirations, written on the left of Qiankun. Wang Sheng didn't understand calligraphy, but he could still feel the charm and grace contained in the words. The phone on the desk rang. After answering the call, Song Lao went to the bathroom next door. At this moment, Du Wei came over and pointed to the peony painting on the wall and asked in a whisper, "See that painting?" Wang Sheng didn't know what he was selling and didn't answer. "This painting was personally gifted to my grandfather by Master Wu Chengshuo," Du Wei said, almost close to Wang Sheng's ear. "See the words, Zhan Chuju collection of paintings? Zhan Chuju is my maternal grandfather's elegant name." Wang Sheng looked in the direction pointed by Du Wei, and indeed there was a line of minor characters along with the date. January 12th, 2nd year of the Republic of China. His gaze lingered on that line momentarily before turning to Du Wei. "This painting, was it given to Song Lao by you?" "Well, keeping this treasure at my home is a bit of a waste," Du Wei chuckled. "Mr. Song is an expert. As the saying goes, a good horse deserves a good saddle, and a good boat deserves a good sail." As they were talking, Song Lao came out of the bathroom. He seemed to realize Wang Sheng's presence only then. Xiaodu, we've been talking, and neglected this guest." He turned his gaze to Wang Sheng and asked kindly, "You're a graduate student at Dongjiang University. Which department are you in?" "Chinese department." Wang Sheng quickly straightened his body, which was leaning against the back of the sofa, and replied, "So, you know Professor Lang Yongliang?" "Professor Lang is my mentor." "Oh, Lang Yongliang and Lang Tao are the famous professor-father-son duo at Dongjiang University." Old Song sat down on another sofa. "Xiao Du told me you have some questions to ask me." "I'm just a high school dropout. I'm afraid I can't answer your questions as a graduate student." Mr. Song's wit and modesty dispelled Wang Sheng's awkwardness. "Song Lao, I'm writing a paper on Zong Da, but I'm unsure about some historical materials. You worked with him during the anti-Japanese war, so I came to visit you. Could you please talk about the Zong Da, you know?" As he spoke, he took out his notebook. Mr. Song made a sound, lowered his eyelids, picked up the teacup from the wooden tea table, and took a sip. It was a small purple sand teapot engraved with the 3 Friends of Winter pattern, pine, bamboo, and plum, and was a high-quality ceramic teapot. During the anti-Japanese war, Zong Da was the main leader of the Dongjiang Bureau and my immediate superior. I was just a small staff officer. It might not be appropriate to say that I was his colleague. Old Song took a sip of tea, held the purple sand teapot with both hands, squinted slightly, and said in a reminiscent tone, "Before being transferred to work at the Dongjiang Bureau, I studied at the Anti-Japanese War University in Yan'an and read the history of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union, Bolsheviks. Written by Zong Da, in my mind, he was not only an important leader of our party, but also a renowned left-wing intellectual. I never thought that one day I would work under his leadership. I was responsible for security work at the Dongjiang Bureau and was under Zong Da's leadership. I arranged security for all his important activities during his stay in Dongjiang. The Dongjiang Bureau was located in Maple Garden, and Zong Da and his wife, Ms. Anna Louise, lived on the 2nd floor. The security personnel and I lived downstairs. I was a security staff officer, and Anna was Zong Da's confidential secretary. At that time, although it was the 2nd period of cooperation between the Kuomintang and the Communist Party, the Kuomintang did not eliminate its hostile attitude towards the Communist Party. Not only did they often disrupt and obstruct our party's anti-war activities, but they also secretly spied on, even attempted to recruit and assassinate, the leaders of the Dongjiang Bureau. Before I came to Dongjiang, my predecessor, Staff Officer Dong, was assassinated by military intelligence agents during a private gathering. Since then, the central government instructed that no one from the Dongjiang Bureau, from leaders to ordinary cadres, was allowed to go out for private activities. As a security staff officer, I was even more cautious. I had not been out on the street for half a year after coming to Dongjiang, but despite my caution, something happened that I regretted for the rest of my life. Are you referring to the incident where Zong Da defected to the enemy? Wang Sheng paused his note-taking and asked with a raised head. Yes, Song Lao sighed. I feel the most heartbroken about Zong Da's betrayal. While working at the Dongjiang Bureau, Zong Da provided meticulous guidance in my work and showed concern and inspiration for me in my personal and ideological life. He even gave me a book called Visiting the Soviet Union, which he wrote when he served as a representative of the Communist International in the Soviet Union. Seeing that Song Lao's words were spreading like wildfire, Wang Sheng had to interrupt him and ask, some people in the academic community have raised doubts about Zong Da's defection to the enemy, suggesting that he was secretly kidnapped by Kuomintang agents rather than voluntarily joining the enemy. Do you agree with this viewpoint? What's the difference between taking the initiative and being passive? Zong Da published my confession in the Kuomintang newspaper, which is conclusive evidence of his defection and collaboration with the enemy. Song Lao glanced at Wang Sheng and said with a smile, I can guess without any hesitation that the scholar who put forward this viewpoint is your mentor, Professor Lang, right? Wang Sheng suddenly didn't know what to say. I know Professor Lang very well. We were comrades in arms at the May 7th Cadre School, but I disagree with his viewpoint. Song said frankly, it's no wonder that the academic community raises these questions. In previous years, with class struggle as the guiding principle, the academic and literary circles suffered a great decline. The practice has proved that replacing academia and literature with politics will only lead them to a dead end. Of course, we should also prevent moving from one extreme to another. For example, in the case of Zong Da's betrayal, some people suspect or even deny his political defection just because he was once an intellectually accomplished intellectual. This is not good. A Western proverb says, render unto Caesar what is Caesar's, and unto God what is God's. Neither academia nor literature can be completely separated from politics. When Song Lao said this, he stood up from the sofa, walked to the desk, rummaged in the drawer for a while, took out a magazine, and handed it to Wang Sheng, saying, This article published in Dongjiang Literary and Historical Series is selected from the memoir I'm writing. Take a look. Wang Sheng took the magazine and flipped through the table of contents. A striking headline caught his eye, My Marriage with Anna Louise. In the mid-1950s, although there were occasional disputes between Anna and me, they were only related to lifestyle and personality. Anna was, after all, a foreigner. I was born and raised in China and spent my youth during the war. It wasn't until the 1950s that I had the opportunity to go abroad, and many habits were different. But overall, our marriage was relatively harmonious. However, when I moved my family back to Dongjiang Province from Beijing, our marriage finally faced a severe crisis. Emotionally speaking, despite Anna and I having been married for many years, she has never forgotten Zong Da. She has always kept photos of their travels and life in the UK and the Soviet Union, including the Leica 3D camera Zong Da used. Once, when I went on a business trip and borrowed it for a few days, Anna made a scene and almost scratched my face. This is unacceptable to me, both emotionally and intellectually. Zong Da was a great intellectual with knowledge and grace. He once held a high position in our party's history, and I admired him when I was young. However, he eventually defected to the enemy and became a widely recognized traitor. Anna's deep emotional attachment to him is too rigid for me to accept. More importantly, Anna and I had serious disagreements in terms of political ideology. Anna worshipped Rosa Luxemburg in her youth and was influenced by anarchism and Trotskyism after arriving in the Soviet Union. She once believed in Trotsky's world revolution theory. In this regard, she is quite similar to the 100% Bolsheviks in our party's history. On the one hand, she maintains a devout and fanatical belief in communism. Still, on the other hand, she is prone to detachment from practice, committing the dogmatism and leftist naivety typical of petty intellectuals, swinging from one extreme to the other. Zong Da's degeneration from a Wang Mingist to a traitor of the party is a clear example. As Zhang Da's former follower and ex-wife, Anna had already divorced him, but she was not free from his influence in her mind. Therefore, since the mid-1950s, Anna's hidden ailments began to surface as the political environment became increasingly complex. Regarding the issue of Zhang Da, despite the long-established verdict in the party's history, after liberation, Anna and I, as Zhang Da's ex-wife and subordinate, would be investigated every time there was a political movement. This gradually affected our relationship and even our marital life. Later, I met a female nurse at Maple Garden Sanatorium and gradually developed a romantic relationship with her. When Anna found out, she made a scene, making it impossible for me to live and work normally. In desperation, I had no choice but to move out of my home and stay at Maple Garden Sanatorium. This further infuriated Anna. In retaliation, she wrote letters to the Provincial Party Committee and the central government, revealing that my transfer to Beijing for work and promotion to the Standing Committee of the Dongjiang Provincial Party Committee and Minister of Propaganda were all due to the connections of my cousin Han Ying and her husband, Comrade Hong Hu. This is pure nonsense. My transfer to Beijing and later back to Dongjiang for work were all decided by organizational procedures by the central and provincial party committees. As my relatives and the leaders of my revolutionary journey, Comrade Han Ying and General Hong Hu's concern for me is only natural. Anna's accusations are baseless and slanderous against me, Han Ying, and General Hong Hu. Not only that, Anna also dug up the rebellion incident of Zhang Da, which had already been concluded by the organization, accusing me of betraying Zhang Da's walking route to the Kuomintang agents and deliberately removing the security personnel, allowing the agents to kidnap Zhang Da. Anna's accusations against me are cutting to the bone. Each wound could have been fatal, but due to the lack of any evidence, the organization naturally would not believe them. After this incident, my relationship with Anna completely broke down. Soon after, I divorced Anna and formed a new family. When the Cultural Revolution broke out, Anna worked at the Provincial Broadcasting Bureau and was the foreign expert, posting the first big character poster in Dongjiang Province. At that time, I had not yet been purged, and I had read her big character poster, "We want equality, not privilege." Foreigners working in China, regardless of their class or attitude towards the revolution, have received the 5 no's and 2 yeses treatment. 5 without. 1. There is no physical labor. 2. Without ideological transformation. 3rd. Without the opportunity to interact with workers and peasants. 4th. We will not engage in class struggle. 5. No production struggle. There are 2. 1. Enjoy an exceptionally high standard of living. Secondly, there are various specializations. May I ask, who are the countrymen who instructed foreigners to receive such treatment? What kind of ideology drives the establishment of such treatment? This is not Mao Zedong thought. This is Khrushchev's ideology. We reject the 5 no's and the 2 yeses. We renounce all privileges and aspire to be a thoroughly selfless proletarian revolutionary. Shortly after the onset of the Cultural Revolution, my former subordinate once again exposed my so-called betrayal, and even Anna joined in, writing posters accusing me of betraying Zhang Da. This time, I finally couldn't escape my bad luck and was soon imprisoned under the 2 labels of capitalist rotor and traitor and spy. Dramatically, when I returned to a leadership position a few years later, Anna was imprisoned for espionage and was not released until 1977. I met Anna once when she was released from prison, and she told me she wanted to go back to England. I advised her to stay, as she had no relatives in England, and living alone there might not be much better than staying in China. But after a few words, I noticed that she was more stubborn than before. Perhaps because she had spent too long in prison, she seemed a bit neurotic, suspecting that I had put her in jail for revenge, and her mind was still full of world revolution and rebellion. Seeing her like this, I had no choice but to give up. Shortly after Anna's release from prison, she returned to the UK. Since then, we have had no contact. In the early 1980s, I led a delegation of party and government representatives from Dongjiang Province to visit the UK. Ambassador Zong from the embassy told me that after Anna returned to the UK, she wrote a memoir titled The Twists and Turns of My Life with Two Chinese Husbands, in which she attacked and abused me, calling me a capitalist roader and a traitor and spy. Ambassador Zong asked me if I wanted to write an article to refute Anna, and the embassy could help translate the article into English and publish it in the UK newspapers. I smiled bitterly, shook my head, and declined Ambassador Zhang's kindness. Wang Sheng quickly scanned the article. He noticed that it also included a photo of Zhongda and Anna. In the photo, the two stood side by side on the top of a mountain, leaning on each other, appearing very intimate. Behind them was an antique pavilion with a rectangular stone tablet in the center. Due to the black and white photo, the text on the tablet was blurry, but it could be faintly recognized as a poem. Below the photo is a signature, taken by Song Qiankun at Mount Pipa in the summer of 1938. 7. Du Wei's philosophy. Towards noon, the two came out of Song Qiankun's villa. They walked out of the tree-lined courtyard and passed the sentry box at the gate when they saw the sentry changing shifts. The naive-looking young sentry had vanished, replaced by a tall, robust soldier with a face full of acne. Wang Sheng noticed that the soldier's beret was askew, his dress buttons were not fastened properly, and his military demeanor and temperament were far inferior to that of the younger sentry. Just as he stepped out of the gate, the iron gate of the compound slowly opened, and a silver-gray car silently drove into the courtyard from outside. The pimply-faced sentry, with his legs together, saluted with a clap of his hand on the ground, and only after watching the car drive deep into the courtyard did he lower his hand from beside his hat brim. The car windows were tightly covered with black curtains, making it impossible to see who was sitting inside. However, judging from the car driving straight in without being inspected by the sentry, the person sitting in the vehicle must have lived in this compound. Wang Sheng thought, "Probably Song Qiankun usually enters and exits the compound in a car like this, right?" "You seem quite nervous." Du Wei glanced at Wang Sheng. "When I first entered this courtyard, I was just like you, but later I got used to it." "Did you really ask Mr. Song to appraise that cultural relic? What was it called?" "Yes, it was the bronze urn," Wang Sheng interrupted him and asked. Du Wei looked at Wang Sheng with a peculiar gaze and snorted disdainfully. "How could you ask such a naive question?" When Du Wei asked this question, Wang Sheng couldn't answer. Seeing that he was stumped, Du Wei softened his tone and said, "Brother, you've read more books than me, but you're too unrealistic. Just think about it. If ordinary people don't even have the chance to meet a big leader like Song Lao, how could he casually accept gifts from others? If I hadn't asked him to appraise, would Song Lao accept it?" Wang Sheng admitted that Du Wei's words made sense. Recalling the peony painting on the wall of Song Lao's house, he asked, "If you give all your father's and godfather's treasures to Song Lao, will they be willing to accept them?" "You don't understand my father and godfather," said Du Wei nonchalantly. "If my father were still alive, he might even wish to deliver it to old Song personally. As for my godfather, it was his idea for me to give the bronze box to old Song. He is truly wise. Didn't you say your godfather is practicing in Pigu Mountain?" "Yes. He hasn't been to our house for several years. Ever since he started practicing, he has always refused to see strangers. But I'm not a stranger. I'm his godson. My godfather allows me to go into the mountains to see him once a year. My godfather hasn't been to my house for many years. Whenever he visited, he would bring me some turtles. The turtle soup he made was delicious and nourishing for the muscles and kidneys. Forget it. I won't talk to you, a bookworm. You wouldn't understand anyway." Du Wei's words made Wang Sheng feel a bit clueless. The two walked in silence for a while, exiting the shady lakeside path. At this time, Du Wei saw a Lanzhou Lamian noodles restaurant not far ahead and said, "It's already noon. Let me treat you to some Lamian noodles." So, two people walked into the ramen shop, a head wearing a small white hat, face like a fire burned as a black and red Hui man was pulling noodles in front of the plate next to a steaming cauldron. Behind the cash register stood a woman wearing a flowered headscarf with a high nose, lowering his head to calculate the accounts. Although it was noon, there were no customers in the store. It seemed a little cold. Saw Du Wei and Wang Sheng went in. The man stopped the work in his hands and greeted them with a smile on his face. "What do you eat?" "2 bowls of beef lamian noodles," Du Wei said, turning to ask Wang Sheng, "Do you want cilantro?" Wang Sheng hesitated for a moment and said, "No." "All right, I don't like cilantro either," Du Wei said, raising his voice. "Boss, no cilantro." "Okay, 2 bowls of beef lamian noodles, no cilantro," the Hui man replied loudly. The scene before him reminded Wang Sheng of many years ago when Zong Tianyi invited him and Ba Dong to eat pork noodle soup at a small restaurant next to the Supply and Marketing Cooperative in Pai Town. While eating, Ba Dong made a grand vow to treat them to a big meal when he became wealthy. "Do you know what other position Song Lao holds?" Du Wei suddenly asked out of the blue. "What position?" Wang Sheng asked absent-mindedly. He felt that Du Wei had not yet recovered from the excitement he had experienced during his meeting with Song Lao just now. Du Wei said, "Honorary chairman of the Dongjiang Provincial Literature and Art Publishing House." Wang Sheng couldn't understand why Du Wei mentioned this position to him. Could the chairman of the Literature and Art Publishing House be more critical than a deputy governor? Du Wei said, "Although the position of chairman of the Literary and Art Publishing House may not seem significant, it oversees more than a dozen associations, including the Provincial Photographers Association." Wang Sheng wondered what on earth was he going to say. "Let me tell you, I've already joined the Provincial Photographers Association." Du Wei pulled out a black pass from his backpack, as if announcing major news, waving it in front of Wang Sheng's eyes. "Here, this is my membership card. Joining the Photographers Association is just the first step. The second, third, one day I will become..." "Do you believe it?" Seeing Du Wei's confident expression, Wang Sheng didn't know how to respond. The measure of a person's talent lies in whether he can seize the opportunities that come his way, Du Wei said, deliberately making things mysterious. "Do you know who said this?" Wang Sheng felt that the words sounded familiar but couldn't immediately recall who had said them. Du Wei often liked to copy and record famous quotes, such as, "A soldier who doesn't want to be a marshal is not a good soldier." "Give me a fulcrum and I can support the entire earth. Weakling, your name is a woman," and so on. Wang Sheng was thinking about how to respond to Du Wei's words when the woman wearing a floral headscarf came over with 2 bowls of lamian noodles. 2 big bowls of lamian noodles with scallions floating in the soup, a strong aroma drilling straight into the nose. Wang Sheng felt a bit hungry. Du Wei grabbed the condiment bottle on the table, added 2 spoonfuls of chili sauce to his bowl, and asked Wang Sheng, "Do you want hot sauce?" Wang Sheng shook his head and said, "I've been suffering from toothache for the past 2 days, so I dare not eat spicy food." In a short while, the 2 people finished the lamian noodles in their bowls. Du Wei wiped the greasy smudges from his mouth and lit a cigarette. He took a deep puff. Not smoking all morning had made his addiction worse. "What do you think of Gu Zheng?" Du Wei suddenly asked, exhaling a series of smoke rings from his mouth. "What? How is it?" Wang Sheng didn't understand his meaning. "I mean, is she beautiful?" Wang Sheng didn't expect him to ask this and was momentarily at a loss for an answer. "You're not convinced even though I called you a nerd." Du Wei's face habitually showed a hint of sarcasm. "Zong Tianyi asked us to take care of his sister, but you don't care at all. You can't even tell if she's beautiful or not. Is this how you take care of her?" Wang Sheng felt that Du Wei's statement was a conceptual shift and logically untenable, but he refrained from retorting. "Have you met Gu Zheng's mother?" Du Wei suddenly asked. "I've seen it before," said Wang Sheng, "but it was so long ago that I can't remember clearly." "What a beautiful woman. Unfortunately, my godfather failed to cure her, and ultimately she was lured away by evil spirits," Du Wei muttered to himself, a strange smile playing across his lips. "Gu Zheng bears a striking resemblance to her mother, both charming and intimidating. I genuinely like her, but she's too aloof and proud. Yet the more she acts like this, the more I cannot stop. Du Wei, how can you think like that? Wang Sheng's eyes widened in surprise. He remembered that Du Wei had personally told him that he had long had a girlfriend, the daughter of the secretary of the Workers' Cultural Palace in Chuzhou, named Zhang Lili, and that Du Wei had dipped into the light of Zhang Lili's father to work as a photography specialist at the Workers' Cultural Palace, and was now taking off his job to study in the photography class at Dongjiang University with pay. But at the moment, Du Wei even kept chanting the name of Gu Zheng, like in a Bewitched. Chapter 2:1 Mayflowers. Song Qiankun sat on the sofa with his eyes closed, nourishing his mind for a while. He seemed to have fallen asleep and didn't even hear the nanny bring in the bottle of boiling water. Actually, he wasn't asleep. His mind was unusually active, akin to a tranquil lake disturbed by a stone, sending ripples in all directions. Many long-forgotten memories flooded back. Having served as a leading cadre for a long time, he was accustomed to a routine life. But at this moment, everything felt chaotic and incomprehensible, as if the pages of a book had been suddenly shuffled. This included his memoir, which he had just started writing. He had only written a few chapters, but Wang Sheng's remarks about Zong Da had caused content originally belonging to later chapters to intrude into his mind prematurely. Like dealing with an unexpected guest, he felt somewhat caught off guard. "Song Lao, lunch is ready. Would you like to go downstairs to eat, or shall I bring it up to you?" The nanny's voice was low, almost like a whisper. No. Let's wait for Xiaofan to come back and eat together," Song Qiankun muttered. His daughter was studying in Dongjiang University's writing class and usually lived on campus, but she always came back on weekends. "Oh, okay." After saying that, the nanny placed the thermos bottle beside the coffee table, picked up another empty thermos bottle, and walked out quietly. Only Song Qiankun remained in the room. He picked up the restored old photos sent by Du Wei from the coffee table and flipped through them one by one. He picked out a few and spread them out on the coffee table. Then he picked up a magnifying glass and moved it slowly over the photos. Through the magnifying glass, he saw several long-lost faces emerging from the thick fog of time, gradually coming closer and more apparent in his mind. Song Qiankun first met Zhong Da and Anna in Yan'an. At that time, he was studying in the 4th session of the Anti-Japanese War University. On the May 4th Youth Day evening, the school organized a celebration party named May Flowers. The program presented by the 3rd Brigade, where Song Qiankun was a chorus of the Song of Mao Zedong. During rehearsal, the school specially invited a music instructor surnamed Ling from Lu Shun Academy of Art, to be the director. Song Qiankun learned this song at the front, and he sang the best during rehearsal, so Director Ling asked him to be the lead singer. The evening party was held on the small square in front of the auditorium of the Anti-Japanese University. In early summer, Yan'an experienced alternating warmth and coldness, and the recently thawed Yan River water was still somewhat chilly. In the evening, the students prepared 3 large bonfires at the venue. After pouring sheep fat on the firewood, the fire ignited instantly. The blazing bonfires illuminated half of the night sky, casting a glow on Chairman Mao Zedong's inscription, "Unity, Tension, Seriousness, Liveliness," on the walls on both sides of the auditorium of the Anti-Japanese University, making it shine brilliantly. The party that day was originally intended to invite Chairman Mao to attend, but he couldn't attend due to a last-minute meeting. Many students felt disappointed. Not long ago, Chairman Mao also came to the Anti-Japanese University to lecture the students on protracted war. That was the first time Song Qiankun met Chairman Mao. Due to excitement, his hands were shaking non-stop. As a result, after the lecture, he barely wrote down a few words in his notebook and had to copy his classmates' notes after class. Chairman Mao was not invited to the party, but several leading comrades, including Zong Da, were. Zong Da was the prominent leader of the Dongjiang Bureau of the CPC Central Committee. They had just returned to Yan'an from the front to attend the Central Committee plenary session. Zong Da was a widely recognized theorist within the party and the translator of the English version of the Communist Manifesto. Song Qiankun had previously read many of Zong Da's works, and his name had long been a household name. However, when he first met Zong Da, he couldn't help but be taken aback. He never expected Zong Da to be not only knowledgeable but also strikingly handsome, a classic handsome man. That night, Zong Da came with his wife. Zong Da's wife, Anna Louise, was a blonde and blue-eyed foreigner. At first sight, Song Qiankun felt she looked like Garbo, the foreign film star he liked. Although Song Qiankun knew that Zong Da studied in the UK in his early years and later worked at Communist International and was said to have met Lenin and could speak several foreign languages, he never expected his wife to be a foreigner either. The first program was the choral performance of Song of Mao Zedong, featuring Song Qiankun. As he stood in the front row as the lead singer, facing the bonfire and the passionate faces around it, he felt his body lift with the singing. Clouds of secrecy cover the ocean, and seabirds summon storms. You are the bravest one, never halting your call to battle, never folding your strong wings, despite the boundless darkness and vast fog of night. In the south, in the north, from the central plains to the frontier, your resounding voice inspires the people in struggle and warms the hearts of those who have suffered. Dear Comrade Mao Zedong, we are honored to live in your era. Learn from your example and follow your torch toward a bright and happy new world. Dear Comrade Mao Zedong, you are the banner of victory and the symbol of light. We are honored to live in your era, learn from your example, and follow your torch toward a bright and happy new world. After the students' performance, Principal Luo suggested, "Shall we invite Comrade Zong Da and Ms. Anna to perform?" As soon as Principal Luo finished speaking, the students responded in unison, with some adding, "Please have Chief Zong Da and Ms. Anna perform for us together." Zong Da was a prominent intellectual who had studied and worked in the West and the Soviet Union for a long time. He also married a foreign woman, and everyone was eager to see their elegance. Sitting on the ground around the campfire with several other leaders, Zong Da stood up and waved to everyone while extending his hand to Anna beside him, making a gentlemanly invitation gesture. Anna took Zong Da's hand and stood up gracefully. "It's okay for me to perform, but you must correct the title now. Please don't call me Ms. Anna, call me Comrade Anna," Anna said in slightly stiff Chinese. Seeing Anna's serious attitude, everyone was at a loss for responding when she added, "I joined the Communist Party of China in Yan'an this spring. We are comrades fighting side by side. Shouldn't you call me comrade?" Everyone responded with enthusiastic applause, and cheers immediately filled the air. "Well done, Comrade Anna! Congratulations! Welcome, Comrade Anna!" Subsequently, Zong Da and Anna both sang a Russian song, Katyusha, just as the pear blossoms spread across the horizon. A soft and misty veil floats over the river. Katyusha stood on the steep shore. The singing sounds like a bright spring scenery. She is singing about the eagles in the grassland. She is singing about her beloved. Katyusha, love will always belong to him. Zong Da's voice was rich and deep, while Anna's was clear and crisp. Their singing was both expressive and moving, winning the applause of the entire audience. After the performance, it was time for ballroom dancing. Most of the students at the anti-Japanese university were former 8th Route Army cadres who had returned from the front lines, and not many of them knew how to dance ballroom. To liven up the atmosphere, Principal Luo personally went to the Lu Yi a few days ago to borrow several female students to come to the anti-Japanese university to teach literacy to the students. The band for the evening party was also borrowed from the Lu Yi. During this literacy campaign, Song Qiankun learned to dance ballroom dancing. However, as he had just learned it, he couldn't help but feel nervous on such a grand occasion. After mustering up some courage, he still didn't dare to approach the female students to ask them to dance. Instead, he had to shrink to the side and be an observer. At first, all the dancers were students. These people accustomed to holding guns daily were not bad on the dance floor. When they caught a dance partner, they would tightly embrace each other, acting like they were wrestling with movements that were all askew and twisted. It didn't look like dancing, but more like a group fight. Song Qiangkun watched from the side and felt embarrassed, thinking it was fortunate he didn't go up and make a fool of himself. Later, several leaders, accompanied by their wives, took the stage. The most eye-catching couple was Zhang Da and Anna. They danced to 2 dance songs, one rumba and one tango. Compared to the Yan'an social dance, which always had a hint of Yangtze flavor, they looked much more elegant and fashionable. It was the first time Song Qiangkun had appreciated the charm of real ballroom dancing. He saw Zong Da and Anna dancing like a pair of birds with wings, flying across the dance floor with such ease and grace. Their movements were so fluid and beautiful that they seemed to have become one, making it hard to distinguish them from each other. Gradually, they became the center of attention in the dance hall, drawing everyone's gaze towards them. The entire dance party seemed to be their exclusive performance. Song Qiangkun's gaze lingered on Anna's face, which resembled Garbo's strikingly. For a fleeting moment, he thought he was watching the Hollywood films Morning Glory and Little Women. Had it not been for Anna's Lenin-style female revolutionary attire, Song Qiangkun might have mistaken her for Garbo. The dance floor erupted into warm applause after Zong Da and Anna danced 2 songs. Anna pinched her skirt and curtsied, blowing a kiss as she held Zong Da's hand and returned to the bonfire. However, as soon as they sat down, a student who usually danced well asked her to dance. Then another one. Later, Principal Luo stepped in and said, "All right, comrades, if we keep dancing, Comrade Anna will be exhausted and Commander Zong Da won't agree." Principal Luo's humor made everyone laugh heartily. Anna's face also turned red, whether from the campfire's glow or embarrassment. If I could dance with Anna, how blissful it would be. Song Qiangkun couldn't help but think. He raised his head and gazed at the sky. In the vast azure night, a few stars were faintly visible, shining like diamonds, resembling Anna's eyes. For the first time, he realized that the May night in Yan'an was unexpectedly beautiful. To Comrade Zong Da, Song Qiangkun never expected that after graduating from the anti-Japanese university, the organization would not let him return to his original army unit. Instead, he was sent to work at the Dongjiang Bureau of the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China, serving as a security staff officer. His immediate superior was Zhang Da, the Dongjiang Bureau's principal leader. Song Qiangkun hailed from Chuzhou, Dongjiang. This was his first return to Dongjiang after joining the revolution. As the provincial capital of the nationalist government's Dongjiang province and the location of the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China's Dongjiang Bureau. Dajiang City gathered political and cultural elites from all over the country. Not only did various political groups, chambers of commerce, and banks from different factions converge here, but even the Central Intelligence Bureau and the Military Intelligence Bureau relocated some of their essential institutions from the occupied capital, Nanjing, to Dajiang. Therefore, Dajiang effectively became the wartime capital of the nationalist government, with a complex political environment. At that time, the Japanese army had occupied the entire northeast and most of North China and successively captured Shanghai and Nanjing. As the whole of the southeast region fell into the hands of the enemy, the Japanese army began to encircle Dajiang City. As China's most significant metropolis after Beijing and Shanghai, Dajiang City was strategically central, serving as a crucial choke point to prevent the Japanese army from advancing into the Chinese hinterland. A decisive battle concerning the nation's fate was imminent and could break out at any moment. On the afternoon of the day, after Song Qiangkun reported to the Dongjiang Bureau, Zong Da talked with him. As a principal leader of the Dajiang Bureau, Zong Da's office was in the first room on the 2nd floor. Due to the shortage of accommodations, all the leaders of the Dajiang Bureau had to use their offices as their living quarters. If they had families, the office would also become their family home. Zong Da's office was like this, a large room divided into two, with the outer room as the office and the inner room as the living space. Zong Da's wife, Anna Louise, served as his confidential secretary. The couple worked in the same office. When Zong Da needed to talk to someone or had visitors, Anna would hide in the inner bedroom beforehand. That was the situation that day. When Song Qiankun arrived at Zong Da's office at the appointed time, he was the only person in the room. "Reporting to the commander, the newly appointed security staff officer Song Qiankun reports to you." He stood at attention towards Zong Da and saluted with a snap. "Oh, don't call me commander. Just call me Comrade Zong Da, and please take a seat," Zong Da said amiably, without any air of a commander. He poured him a glass of water and asked with concern, "You must have suffered a lot on the journey from Yan'an to Dajiang, right? How long did it take?" "Comrade Zong Da, I walked for 25 days on the road, passing through 3 Japanese blockade lines." Song Qiankun took the teacup and said, "Originally, my superiors arranged for me to come on a plane from the U.S. Military Observation Group next month, but the situation is urgent and I couldn't wait." "Yes, the situation is indeed quite tense." The smile on Zong Da's face disappeared, and his expression became serious. "Although the nationalist government has mobilized heavy troops and put on a stance of a decisive battle, the traitorous forces within the Kuomintang are rampant. According to our latest intelligence, Chiang Kai-shek, under pressure, is already preparing to abandon the Dajiang and retreat to Chongqing, the provisional capital. When I passed through the downtown area in the morning, I saw students and citizens marching and shouting, 'Defend the Yangtze River! Defend Central China! Defend China!' The crowd was in high spirits. It's all just a show." Zong Da waved his hand, speaking with a sneer. "In reality, it's a farce co-acted by the Japanese army and the pro-Japanese forces within the Nationalist Party. As the Japanese army approached with great force, they aimed to force Chiang Kai-shek to withdraw from southeast China, further giving up central China, in an attempt to achieve their goals without firing a shot." "Comrade Zong Da, the Japanese are really ruthless with this move." Song Qiankun's palm, which was holding the teacup, broke out in a layer of sweat. "The ruthlessness goes even deeper." Zong Da stood up from his desk and began pacing around the office. "The Central Statistics Bureau and the Military Intelligence Bureau have also joined forces with the Japanese intelligence departments, attempting to subvert some of our important cadres secretly." He stopped before Song Qiankun. "Comrade Song, that's why the higher-ups decided to transfer you to work in the Dongjiang Bureau. Just a month ago, your predecessor, the security staff officer, was assassinated by Japanese puppet agents. Therefore, you must be fully prepared. In addition to performing the security work for the Dongjiang Bureau, you also need to work closely with the intelligence department, staying vigilant about the infiltration of Japanese and puppet agents into our party's cadres." Sensing the gravity of the situation, Song Qiankun put down his teacup and stood up. At this moment, he remembered the small bag of shanxi millet he had brought with him. "Oh, Comrade Zong Da, this is what Vitsu Chairman Zhou and Elder Sister Deng entrusted Principal Luo to give to Ms. Anna when I left Yan'an. They said it was to nourish her body. Haha, they are always so considerate, still remembering that Anna needs strengthening." A smile appeared on Zong Da's serious face. "However, the millet from Yan'an is indeed delicious. Every time I go back to Yan'an, I eat and take some." As he spoke, he turned and called into the inner room, "Anna, Enlai and Ying Chao specially sent someone to bring you millet. Aren't you going to come out and take a look?" Before the words were even finished, Anna lifted the curtain and walked out from the inner room. Song Qiankun noticed that Anna seemed to have gained some weight compared to the last time he saw her in Yan'an, but her blue eyes were still bright and beautiful, reminding him of the May night in Yan'an. "Hello, Ms. Anna." Song Qiankun stood up and saluted Anna as he would have done to Zong Da. Just as he finished speaking, he recalled what Anna had corrected in public back in Yan'an and quickly corrected himself, saying, "Sorry, I should call you Comrade Anna." "Are you a graduate of the anti-Japanese university?" Anna smiled. "In that case, it's not the first time we've met." "You and Comrade Zong sing well and dance wonderfully," Song Qiangkun said. He wanted to add, "Your Chinese is also excellent," but he swallowed the words back before they could come out. "Really?" Anna's gaze briefly met Song Qiangkun's before turning to the bag of millet. She clapped her hands and shouted excitedly like a child, "Oh, Andre, there's a Chinese proverb that goes, 'Sending goose feathers over 1,000 miles, the gift may be light, but the sentiment is heavy.' Vitsu, Chairman Zhou, and Sister Deng sent us a millet from Yan'an, which is more than 1,000 miles away. This is called sending millet over 1,000 miles. The gift is heavy, and the sentiment is also heavy." "Ha ha, Kaja, you've made a good change, but from the perspective of Chinese poetry, it's not very symmetrical." Zong Da also laughed. Based on the conversation between Zong Da and Anna, Song Qiankun guessed that Andre and Kaja were their Russian names. While at the Anti-Japanese War University, he had heard that many Chinese comrades who studied or worked in the Soviet Union liked to give themselves Russian names. 3. A storm is brewing. In late August, the situation in Dongjiang became increasingly dire. According to military sources, the nationalist government mobilized 1.2 million troops to defend the Yangtze River, facing off against the 410,000 Japanese troops stationed on the periphery. The shadow of war loomed ever closer. Many key military and political figures from the Kuomintang began evacuating from the Yangtze River area. Unscrupulous merchants took the opportunity to raise prices, causing prices to skyrocket in the city. Hoarding and panic buying intensified, spreading fear among the citizens. Conversely, the Kuomintang military did not cease its preparations for war. On the streets of the Dajiang, troops carrying supplies could be seen marching continuously to the front lines every day. Young students and people from all walks of life lined the streets with small red flags, shouting slogans such as "Persist in resistance, defeat the traitors," and "Defend Dajiang, defend Central China, defend China." Progressive groups organized unprecedentedly active parades and performances. Meanwhile, the work of the Dongjiang Bureau also entered a tense state that was only seen during wartime. As the prominent leader of the Dongjiang Bureau, Zong Da was busier than ever before. His daily schedule was packed. In the morning, he finished a report on the current situation analysis at the Dongjiang Bureau office. In the afternoon, he hurried to the 8 offices, short for the 8th Route Army office in Dongjiang, to guide the preparation work for war. In the evening, upon returning to Maple Garden, he had to rush to write an editorial for the Dajiang newspaper titled "Marching Forward Under the Banner of the Anti-Japanese National United Front." This morning, the People's Paradise held a concert featuring Xian Xinghai's anti-war songs. The 3rd Department of the Political Department of the Kuomintang Military Commission and the Dongjiang Anti-Enemy Literary Association jointly organized the concert. Zong Da was invited to deliver a speech at the event. According to the wartime work regulations of the Dongjiang Bureau, it was not appropriate for Zong Da, as the prominent leader of the Dongjiang Bureau, to attend such a mass event. However, the director of the 3rd Department was Guo Moruo, a renowned cultural figure and an old acquaintance of Zong Da. He could not afford to miss it. Considering the complexity of the recent situation, the Dongjiang Bureau Security Department specially assigned additional security staff to this event, and Song Qiankun personally took charge and accompanied Zong Da to ensure his safety. As the security staff officer, Song Qiankun arranged all the security work for Zong Da. Recently, he had been eating breakfast half an hour earlier than others every morning and coming to Zong Da's office and bedroom on the 2nd floor. Usually, he saw Zong Da sitting at the desk with peeling paint, writing furiously, while Anna prepared breakfast in the inner room. They had lived abroad for a long time and were accustomed to eating Western food. Their daily breakfast was milk and bread with a bit of butter on top, which was more straightforward than the Chinese breakfast in the cafeteria. The milk and bread were ordered from the nearby Anglican church and only needed to be heated up when eaten. They had a toaster, which Anna said was brought back by Zong Da from the Soviet Union. I bought this toaster in a bakery in Petersburg. It has broken several times, and I've wanted to throw it away for a long time, but Andre disagrees, saying it can still be used after being repaired. He's an excellent toaster repairman, Anna said as she placed 2 slices of toasted bread and a glass of milk on her desk. She had obviously just gotten up and hadn't had time to dress up yet. A few strands of messy blonde hair fell across her forehead, covering half of her eyebrows, and a white apron tied around her chest made her look like a diligent and virtuous housewife. Zong Da was still writing furiously as if he hadn't heard her. He barely slept last night. He spent the first half of the night proofreading the Chinese translation of Gorky's novel Mother, and the second half of the night rushing to write a speech. Look at the bloodshot in his eyes. Anna shrugged, stuck out her tongue, and made a helpless expression. Zong Da put down the pen in his hand, raised his arms, and did some chest expansions before noticing Song Qiangkun. "Oh, is it time?" he said, about to get up. But Anna held his shoulder and reminded him, "You haven't had breakfast yet, Andre." "Really? I haven't had breakfast yet?" Zong Da muttered, only then noticing the bread and milk on the table. But he still asked Song Qiangkun, "Isn't it time to leave?" "Yes, Comrade Zong Da, it's still early enough for you to finish your breakfast," Song Qiangkun said. Zong Da picked up the glass on his desk, drank the milk in it in one go, picked up 2 slices of toasted bread from the plate, took a bite, and said, "Let's go. We'd better arrive first. We can't let Mr. Guomoruo wait for us." Song Qiangkun had no choice but to bid Anna goodbye and hurried out the door with Zong Da. The People's Paradise was a popular theater established during the Guangxu period of the Qing dynasty. Initially, it mainly featured circus acts and local operas. After the Xinhai Revolution, it began to stage civilized dramas. Renowned Puking opera masters such as Mei Lanfeng and Qiu Shengrong have performed here. After the outbreak of the anti-Japanese war, as many progressive literary and art groups relocated to Dongjiang, some modern literary and art performances with the theme of the war, including concerts and musical performances, also emerged, attracting the attention of all sectors in Dongjiang. Zong Da was riding in a silver-gray Chevrolet sedan. As usual, Zong Da sat in the left seat in the back row, with his bodyguards Xiao Zhang and Xiao Wang sitting next to him. Song Qiangkun sat in the seat next to the driver. Usually, Zong Da only had one bodyguard for his travels, but now it was wartime, so in addition to adding another bodyguard, his security staff also came along. However, it was a bit crowded with 5 people in the Chevrolet, including the driver. The People's Paradise was located at 325 Jiangxin Road in the city center, in a bustling commercial district, just a street away from the customs building, a landmark of Dajiang. The War Zone Command, which was responsible for the defense of Dajiang, and the Kuomintang Dajiang Provincial Headquarters were on the same street. The 8th Route Army Office was not far ahead, which Zong Da had inspected a few days ago. However, Song Qiangkun did not accompany him on that occasion. As soon as the Chevrolet sedan stopped at the entrance of the center, the security guards, Xiao Zhang and Xiao Wang in the back seat, quickly jumped out of the car and stood back-to-back on both sides of the vehicle. Song Qiangkun jogged from the back of the car to the other side, opened the door, and held one hand over the top, waiting for Zong Da to come out. Several people approached him as soon as Zong Dong stepped out of the car. The first person wore a navy blue Zhongshan suit and glasses, with an entire forehead and a receding hairline, and spoke with a strong Sichuan accent. This person was none other than the great poet and playwright Guo Moruo. Not long ago, Guo Moruo had visited the Dongjiang Bureau as the director of the 3rd Department of the Political Department of the Military Commission of the Nationalist Government, so Song Qiangkun recognized him at a glance. After exchanging greetings with Zong Da, Guo Moruo introduced a slightly thin man in a suit and leather shoes beside him, saying, "This is the renowned musician, Mr. Xian Xinghai. He has brought several new works to this concert, including the Yellow River Chorus, On the Taihang Mountains, Go to the Enemy's Rear, and more." Oh, Comrade Xinghai, we met in Yan'an." Xian Xinghai came from Yan'an, so Zhang Da called him Comrade, which sounded cordial. Mr. Xian Xinghai's wife is from Dongjiang, Guo Moruo said beside him. Oh, so Comrade Xinghai is half a Dongjiang person? Zhang Da pointed at Xian Xinghai and then at himself, saying, I used to teach at Dongjiang University, so I'm also half a Dongjiang person. While the group was talking, Song Qiankun noticed a middle-aged man in a black Zhongshan suit standing silently beside them. His face was sallow, his chin pointed, and his gaze seemed somewhat gloomy. Although Guo Moruo did not introduce him, Song Qiankun recognized him as Bai Shouhu, the Major General and Director of the 3rd Division of the Military Intelligence Bureau. Last Monday, when he accompanied Zhang Da to a meeting at the party headquarters in Dongjiang Province, they happened to sit next to each other at a table during the meal, and this man even gave him a business card. Song Qiankun didn't go over to greet Bai Shouhu, but he wondered in his heart, how did he end up on this occasion? Seeing Zhang Da with Guo Moruo, Xian Xinghai, and others walking towards the gate of the People's Paradise, Song Qiankun signaled to Xiao Zhang and Xiao Wang, and the two followed closely behind. At the entrance, Song Qiankun whispered to Xiao Zhang and Xiao Wang, keep close to the leader and don't let him out of your sight for even a minute. The two security guards nodded alertly and followed Zhang Da through the entrance to the center. Just as Song Qiankun was about to follow, his arm was grabbed by a hand. He turned around in a hurry and saw Bai Shouhu's face, which was as dry and sallow as a woodcut. What are you doing? Song Qiankun watched him warily. This kind of follow-up work should be left to the soldiers. Why bother to have you, the senior staff officer, personally take charge? Bai Shouhu said with a dry laugh. Shall we find a quiet place to have tea? Song Qiankun felt that Bai Shouhu's words were veiled and had hidden meanings. He did not have time to ponder it, so he brushed off the hand that was pulling his arm. As he was about to turn around and head for the entrance, he was blocked by two burly men in top hats. He glared at Bai Shouhu and was about to speak when Bai Shouhu made a gesture of invitation and said, Please, Staff Officer Song. At this time, Xiao Zhang and Xiao Wang had already followed Zhang Da into the People's Paradise. Song Qiankun hesitated momentarily and then had no choice but to follow Bai Shouhu. The group turned from the bustling entrance of the People's Recreation Center into a secluded alleyway. After walking for a short distance, they entered a tea house. At the entrance of a private room on the 2nd floor, two men in black stood guard on either side of the door. Bai Shouhu made another inviting gesture to Song Qiankun, and the two went in, one after the other. Director Bai, are you kidnapping me? Song Qiankun slammed the table in anger. Don't forget that it's the period of cooperation between the Kuomintang and the Communist Party, a united front to resist Japan jointly. In the middle of the private room was an 8 immortal table. The tea on the table was freshly brewed and still steaming, and a few drops of tea splashed onto Bai Shouhu's clothes as Song Qiankun hit the table. He pulled a handkerchief out of his pocket and lightly wiped the tea off. Staff Officer Song, please don't misunderstand. I only want to make friends with you, or rather we were friends to begin with. Song Qiankun heard the hidden meaning in his words. What do you mean? No rush. Let's have tea first, Bai Shouhu gestured, sitting down beside the square table and speaking leisurely. The concert would last at least 2.5 hours. We can chat while drinking. Song Qiankun sat down opposite him, suppressing his anger. If I remember correctly, your father, Mr. Huang Yaozu, was an old party member who joined our party in the 16th year of the Republic of China. In the same year, he joined the Blue Shirt Society led by Mr. Chen Lifu, which is now known as the Military Intelligence Bureau. In the 23rd year of the Republic of China, Senior Huang was appointed as the commander of the Chuju Anti-Communist United Civil Corps. He once cooperated with the Nationalist Army's Xia Douyin unit to eliminate a band of red bandits entrenched in the Pigu Mountain area. Unfortunately, the female leader of the red bandits, Han Ying, narrowly escaped. Before that, on the way back to Pai Town from Chuzhou, Senior Huang's unit was almost captured alive by the Red Bandits led by Han, who had set an ambush. The one who betrayed Senior Huang was the youngest son of the Huang family, who had just turned 15. Song Qiangkun interrupted him and asked, "What exactly are you trying to say?" "I'll tell you what I want to say in a moment, Staff Sergeant Song. No, perhaps I should call you Staff Sergeant Huang," Bai Shouhu said with a forced smile. "That's right. You are the third young master of the Huang family. However, you were then called Huang He, and the name Song Qiankun was changed after you joined the Communist Party. So, why did the third young master betray his own father? It all starts with the last concubine taken by Senior Huang." Bai Shouhu paused like a storyteller, took a sip of tea, and continued. Senior Huang had 4 wives. When he was over 50, he took a 5th. This 5th concubine was named Cui Ying, who was 15 years old when she married Senior Huang and studied at Chuzhou Middle School. The age disparity made them seem like they were from 2 different generations. At that time, the third young master, Huang He, was also studying at Chuzhou Middle School, and the 5th concubine happened to be in his class. Cui Ying was born into a small merchant family in Chuzhou City. She was naturally beautiful and had a gentle demeanor, and she had won the title of the School Beauty of Chuzhou twice. It is said that the third young master, Huang He, and Cui Ying once co-starred in a drama called Thunderstorm, with Huang He playing the role of Zhou Ping and Cui Ying playing Fan Yi. It is also said that Huang He and Cui Ying fell in love during the performance. However, soon after, Cui Ying's merchant father, out of greed, married his daughter to Senior Huang, the father of Huang He. Was it because his father robbed him of his love that the third young master, Huang He, angrily joined the Red Army and betrayed his father? Or was there another reason? Only Huang He himself knows the answer to this question. However, one thing is certain. Huang He was bewitched by Han Ying before he joined the Red Army. Han Ying is Huang He's cousin. She studied in Japan and was influenced by the leftist communist ideas of Soviet Russia. During her time in Japan, she joined the Chinese Socialist Youth Luhag. After returning to China, she has been involved in communist propaganda activities. After the communists established a Soviet base in Jiangxin, Han Ying was sent to the Soviet base for training, and she secretly returned to the Pigu mountain area to organize a peasant uprising and establish the first Red Army force in the Pigu Mountains. It was during this period that Huang He joined the Communist Party, probably under Han Ying's bewitchment. Staff Officer Song, no, Staff Officer Huang, am I right? Song Qiangkun couldn't sit still anymore and wanted to get up and leave, but Bai Shouhu waved his hand, raised a finger, and laughed dryly twice. Calm down, Staff Officer Song. Listen to me and let me explain slowly. Song Qiangkun glanced at the 2 men in black outside the door and realized that he couldn't escape if he resisted. Since that was the case, he had no choice but to sit down again and ponder what these secret agents were up to. The National Army soon annihilated the Red Bandits in the Pigu Mountain Soviet area. As the commander of the Chuzhou Anti-Communist United Militia, Senior Huang Yaozu made outstanding contributions to suppressing the Soviet area and was personally praised by Chairman Chiang. However, the Red Bandits considered him a nail in the eye and a thorn in the flesh. Soon after, the female leader of the Red Bandits, Han Ying, who was hiding in the Pigu Mountains, sent a so-called assassination squad to sneak back to Pai Town, where they assassinated Senior Huang and hung his body on a ginkgo tree at the edge of town, seeking revenge for the Red Bandits that Senior Huang had previously beheaded there. What is strange is that although the Red Bandits captured and killed Senior Huang, they made an exception for the 5th concubine, Cui Ying, who was captured at the same time. They let her go and even sent her back to her family's home in Chuzhou City without a scratch. It is said that the third young master, Huang He, guided the assassination operation. In other words, he led the people to kill his own biological father. Afterward, the National Army under Xia Duyin launched an even larger suppression scale against the Red Bandits in the Pigu Mountains. The The female bandit leader Han Ying had no choice but to flee with the remnants of her troops to the Henan-Sichuan Shanxi area and later joined the Jumao Red Army, who had fled to northern Shanxi from Jiangxi. Han Ying and her cousin Huang He, this pair of siblings, were praised by the Communist Party for killing their own relatives for the greater good. Han Ying was given an important role and married Hong Hu, a Red Army general who had participated in the so-called Long March. Their wedding witness was the Red Army general Lin Biao. Hong Hu was one of Lin Biao's most trusted subordinates. At this time, the third young master, Huang He, officially changed his name to Song Qiankun to show that he was cutting all ties with the past. He followed his brother-in-law Hong Hu to the front lines of the war against Japan. Soon after, Song Qiankun was sent back to Yan'an to study at the anti-Japanese university, which specialized in training military and political cadres for the Communist Party. During his studies, he went through the Communist Party's vetting movement. His family was labeled as local tyrants and evil gentry by the Communist Party. Furthermore, his father's position as the commander of the Chuzhou Anti-Communist United Militia made him an important target of investigation. However, because of the protection of his cousin and brother-in-law Han Ying and Hong Hu, who were holding high positions in the Yan'an Communist Party and the 8th Route Army, and also because of his act of killing his own relatives for the greater good, he was able to pass the vetting process with ease. After graduating from the anti-Japanese university, he was given an important position in the Dongjiang Bureau of the Central Committee of the Chinese Communist Party, working under the important leader Zong Da. Hearing Bai Shouhu recite such a long list like a textbook, Song Qiankun found it somewhat ridiculous and couldn't help but sarcasm. These archival materials were provided by the spies you sent to infiltrate Yan'an, right? Tit for tat. Haven't you also planted quite a few undercover agents in our higher echelons? Bai Shouhu said smugly, resting his pointed chin on the finger adorned with a ring.
Don't beat around the bush, Director Bai. What exactly do you want to do?
Song Qiankun interrupted him. Nothing. I just want to catch up with you and reminisce about the old times. What old times do we have to reminisce about? Staff Officer Song is really forgetful. Your father, Senior Huang, is a veteran of our party and the commander of the Chuzhou United Civil Corps who sacrificed his life for the country. Speaking of which, we are friends and family. I broke up with Huang Yaozu a long time ago. Don't forget that I personally led the people to kill him, Song Qiankun interrupted him again. After all, Senior Huang is your father. While political stances may change with time and circumstances, your father-son relationship cannot be altered. Just as bones may be broken, the tendons that connect them remain intact. Song Qiankun couldn't take it anymore. He was worried about Zongda's safety. A few days ago, Zongda had revealed that the surrender faction within the Nationalist Party and the Japanese puppet spies were attempting to divide and subvert the main war-advocating factions within the KMT and CCP. A strong sense of unease welled up in his heart. Could Bai Shouhu be trying to draw me away from the mountain and target Zongda? He became alert and bluntly declared at this thought, "Are you trying to plot against Chief Zongda?" Bai Shouhu was momentarily taken aback when he heard Song Qiankun's words, but he immediately burst into laughter. Staff Officer Song, you are overthinking things. We are currently in a KMT-CCP cooperation. How could we possibly do anything disrespectful to an important leader of your party? Besides, Mr. Zongda is also a friend of our party. Chairman Chang highly appreciates his ideas about everything being subordinate to the United Front. However, Bai Shouhu's words did not dispel Song Qiankun's concerns. On the contrary, his evasive speaking only added to his doubts. He looked at his watch and saw that it was already 11 o'clock in the morning, and the concert was about to end. Therefore, he suddenly stood up and rushed out of the private room, not caring about anything else. Bai Shouhu was stunned for a moment, and then hurried after him. When Song Qiankun returned to the People's Paradise entrance, the concert had just ended, and the audience was pouring out. He was about to push his way in when he saw Zong Da coming out of the side door, protected by the two guards, Xiao Zhang and Xiao Wang, on either side of him. The heart hanging in the air finally fell back into place. He quickly rushed over to greet him. In the Chevrolet sedan parked in front of the People's Paradise, Song Qian-kun asked quietly, "How was it? Was the performance a success?" "I was originally planning to leave after watching the beginning, but I ended up watching the entire concert. It was so wonderful," Zong Da said, unable to hide his excitement. "Mr. Xian Xinghai is a great artist. Listen, defend the Yellow River, North China, and all of China. The wind is howling, the horses are neighing, and the Yellow River is roaring. The Yellow River is roaring. Such stirring songs. This is the kind of art that our nation needs." He clapped his hands to the beat as he spoke, humming softly. Even Xiao Zhang and Xiao Wang started to sing along. "North and south of the river, the sorghum is ripe. Among the mountains, there are so many heroes fighting the Japanese." The mood unconsciously infected Song Qian-kun, and he regretted missing this wonderful concert. He thought about the strange entanglement with Bai Shouhu just now and felt he should report it to Zong Da. But then again, Bai Shouhu had only pulled him into a tea house for some tea and small talk. There didn't seem to be any nefarious intentions, so how could he report it? He worried that the chief would think that he was being too sensitive. As the Chevrolet drove out of the city and onto the Riverside Road to the Dajiang University, Song Qian-kun noticed in the rearview mirror that a black sedan was following them at a not-too-close, not-too-far distance. He subconsciously thought of what Bai Shouhu had said in the tea house, and a layer of shadow was cast over his heart. 4 Leica 3D. On the one hand, the authorities made high-profile propaganda to defend Dongjiang, defend North China, and defend the whole of China. On the other hand, various military and political leaders, as well as high-ranking officials and dignitaries, evacuated one after another. This chaotic situation persisted for some time, and it neither improved nor worsened. The once tense nerves of the people gradually relaxed. As summer drew close, Zong Da was ordered to return to Yan'an for a meeting. Unlike usual, Anna did not accompany Zong Da back to Yan'an as his wife and confidential secretary. Zong Da was traveling on a military aircraft belonging to the U.S. Military Observation Group, indicating that the time was highly urgent. Within just a week, Zong Da flew back to Dongjiang from Yan'an, still aboard the same U.S. Military Observation Group aircraft he had taken there. Song Qian-kun accompanied Anna to the airport to greet them. When they met Zong Da at the airport, they saw that he looked gloomy and gray, as if covered with a layer of dust from the Loess Plateau. The young people in the Dongjiang Bureau knew that Zong Da and Anna had met and fallen in love in the UK. From the UK to the Soviet Union, from the Soviet Union to China, and then from Yan'an to Dongjiang, they have always maintained Western lifestyles. They all envied Zong Da and Anna's romantic experience of revolution plus love, including Song Qian-kun. At that time, he was only in his early 20s and was still a bachelor. But what is confusing is that Zong Da usually hugged and kissed Anna goodbye even if he left his home for a half-day meeting. This time he came back from Yan'an, thousands of miles away, and was so cold that he even forgot the etiquette between husband and wife. Song Qian-kun felt that it was a bit unreasonable. 2 days ago, someone in the Dongjiang Bureau spread a rumor that the Central Committee severely criticized Zong Da at a meeting because of conflicts with the party Central Committee during his work in the Dongjiang Bureau. Song Qian-kun did not believe it initially, but now that he saw Zong Da's abnormal demeanor, he began to consider it a little. He thought it was normal for people to feel depressed after being criticized by the Central Committee, not to mention that Zong Da was an intellectual and had a sentimental character. 2 days later, Song Qian-kun passed by the confidential department's entrance and bumped into Anna, who was coming out with a file bag. The two almost collided. "Oh, it's Anna." "Comrade," Song Qian-kun quickly took a half-step back, thinking that Zong Da had been resting at home for the past 2 days after returning from Yan'an. So he asked casually, "Is the leader resting well?" "Not bad. Basically recovered, but emotionally..." Anna hesitated to continue. By the way, Song, I want to accompany Comrade Zong to outdoor activities this afternoon. It's good for him to adjust his state as soon as possible. Are you free to join us?
Of course, Comrade Anna,
Song Qiankun agreed without hesitation. Do you need a car arranged? No need, just strolling around the riverside and the mountains. Anna finished speaking and turned to head for the staircase. Song Qiankun gazed at Anna's back from behind, feeling that despite wearing a gray military uniform, she still exuded a graceful charm and even more so, a heroic demeanor unique to female revolutionaries. After a quick lunch, Song Qiankun arrived at the office and dormitory number 1 entrance, where he saw Zong Da and Anna, the couple, already packed and ready to leave. Perhaps due to a good rest, Zong Da's complexion was no longer as gloomy as when he had just stepped off the plane 2 days ago. He wore a white shirt on top, navy blue suit pants on the bottom, and his leather shoes were polished to a shine. He wore a black top hat and carried a camera over his shoulder, looking like a gentleman. Zong Da usually wore the uniform of the 8th Route Army, just like other leaders in the Dongjiang Bureau. When Song Qiankun saw him dressed like this for the first time, he felt very fresh and couldn't help but take a few extra glances. He exclaimed, "Comrade Zong Da, you look dashing today." Really? Anna dug out the clothes I used to wear abroad from the bottom of the box and insisted on making me wear them, Zong Da said, extending his hand to Anna, who was walking over. Today is Andre's 36th birthday. According to traditional Chinese belief, it's his zodiac year, so he must wear new clothes, right, Song? Anna reached out to hold Zong Da's arm. Today, she also made a special effort to dress up, wearing a violet silk cheongsam, her hair tied up in a bun like Chinese women, her face powdered lightly, and standing with Zong Da in high heels, which made them appear about the same height. Song Qiankun watched from the side, and the phrase, "a match made in heaven," popped into his mind. "Zhao Song, can you take pictures?" Zong Da took a few steps and turned around to ask. Song Qiankun hesitated momentarily and said, "I know a little." Just as he finished speaking, Zong Da took the camera off his shoulder and handed it to him, smiling and saying, "Autumn is here. Today is an autumn outing, so you can take more photos." Zong Da always gives people the impression of being very serious, rarely showing a smile, and it's rare to see him so relaxed today. So he took the camera and replied happily,
"Okay, Chief. I'm afraid my skills aren't good enough."
As he spoke, he held the camera in his hand and examined it. "It's a Leica 3D. "What? Have you ever used Leica?" Zong Da glanced at him. "Oh no, I only saw it when I participated in the Pingsingguan victory. It was a war trophy my brother-in-law captured from a Japanese brigade commander." "Who is your brother-in-law?" Zong Da asked with interest. "His name was Hong Hu. He served as the deputy brigade commander in the 115th Division of the 8th Route Army, while I was a staff officer in the brigade headquarters and played around with a camera for a few days. Oh, I've long heard that your cousin, Comrade Han Ying, is a heroine in the Red Army. I even met her once in Yan'an. I never thought your brother-in-law would also be a war hero." As if he had heard someone praising him, Song Qiankun blushed slightly and shifted the topic back to the camera. "Chief, your Leica 3D camera is a genuine German product, which is rarely available on the market." Before Zong Da could answer, Anna cut him off and said, "This camera is old. I bought it when Andre and I were traveling in Germany. At that time, we had just met, and I spent the royalties from his book on it." She said this to Song Qiankun. Then she turned her face to Zong Da and asked, "Honey, I forgot. What was the name of your book?"
To be precise, it's a translated book, Revolution or Social Reform by Rosa Luxemburg, Zong Da corrected.
"Oh yes, look at my memory, I forgot." Anna Louise clapped her hands and laughed happily like a little girl. "I started to admire Rosa Luxemburg from reading that book." As they talked, the three of them unwittingly walked out of Maple Garden and followed the winding path of Pippa Mountain, winding its way upwards. Both sides of the path were covered with thorns, and the incessant chirping of cicadas filled one's ears like a tidal wave. Although summer had passed, the afternoon sun was still somewhat fierce, shining on people like a basin of fire on their backs. As they approached the mountainside, Song Qiankun spotted a pipa forest ahead. The pipas on the trees were so golden yellow that they almost bent the branches. In the middle of the forest, a thatched cottage could be faintly seen, presumably inhabited by a fruit farmer who grows pipas. Song Qiankun took the lead and picked up a bunch of pipas, handing them to Anna as she walked over. "Here, Comrade Anna, this is the freshest fruit. Give it a try." Just as Anna was about to take the pipas, Zong Da waved his hand, saying, "Xiao Song, how can you pick up your fellow villagers' pipas? Where have you learned the 3 main rules and 8 points for attention?" Although Zong Da said this with a smile, Song Qiankun's face involuntarily blushed. He retracted his hand and stood there awkwardly, holding the pipas. Seeing his bewildered expression, Anna turned to Zong Da and scolded, "Andre, a bunch of pipas is not worth such a fuss. You're too dogmatic." She took the pipas from Song Qiankun's hand, peeled one, and tasted it in her mouth. "Ah, it's sweet. Try it." Saying this, she peeled another pipa and offered it to Zong Da. Zong Da couldn't dodge in time and had to open his mouth to take the pipa. Song Qiankun quickly raised his camera and pressed the shutter to capture the scene. He took several shots and felt that this Leica 3D was much more user-friendly than the trophy his cousin-in-law Hong Hu had captured. Anna was evidently pleased with Song Qiankun's acting according to circumstances. As if as a reward, she fed him a peeled pipa like she would a child. He held the pipa in his mouth, not swallowing it immediately, but savoring it carefully. He felt a sweet taste slowly spreading in his mouth, penetrating deep into his heart. They took a brief rest beside the pipa forest before resuming their climb up the mountain. Before leaving, Zong Da took out some banknotes from his pocket, put them in the open space in the forest, and pressed them with a stone. When he did all this, his expression and actions were solemn. Song Qiankun and Anna Lewis watched silently beside him without saying a word, but both showed a respectful expression. Seeing Zong Da staggering, Song Qiankun picked up a branch from the roadside that a fruit farmer probably cut off both ends, and handed it to Zong Da as a walking stick. Zong Da thanked him and took it. Mount Pipa's elevation was less than 500 meters, and coupled with its relatively gentle slope, the three of them quickly climbed to the summit. At this time, the sun had already set, and the trees on the mountain shimmered in the sunlight, resembling a colorful oil painting. Looking far away, the Dongjiang River flowed like a jade belt under Mount Pipa, and a cargo ship sailed from west to east, trailing a long trail of soot that painted the sky black and messy. Song Qiankun was the first to reach the top of the mountain. Soon after, Zong Da and Anna also arrived, panting and sweating. Zong Da's face was pale, while Anna's face was flushed. This contrast between the pale and flushed faces created a peculiar contrast. Song Qiankun was just about to sit down and take a breath when he saw an octagonal pavilion not far away. Due to years of disrepair, wind, and rain, several red lacquer columns were mottled and had long lost their original color. In the pavilion's center was a rectangular stone tablet with words engraved on it. He walked over curiously and carefully identified the inscriptions. At this time, Zong Da also walked to the front of the pavilion with a cane. "Xiao Song, is this your first time on Mount Pipa?" Zong Da wiped the sweat from his forehead and pointed to the words on the stone tablet with his cane, saying, "This stone tablet was erected in the late Qing dynasty. The poem Mountain Pipa by Bai Juyi is engraved on it." He pondered for a moment and recited slowly. "Deep in the mountains, the past years fade away. Situations are like the wild loquats by Dongxi Creek. The fire tree is agitated by the wind, causing the crimson flames to flicker. The sun rises, casting a red glow on the delicate branches. Looking back, even the peaches and plums seem pale in comparison. The reflection of a lotus flower is not a flower. But alas, its roots are deeply embedded in the stone, impossible to move to someone's home. When the predecessor of Dongjiang University, Dongjiang Normal School, was established, the school's preparatory committee specially sent someone to invite the great calligrapher and painter Wu Changshuo to copy this poem and engrave it on this stone tablet. Zong Da introduced the origin of the poetry tablet to Song Qiankun as if he knew it by heart. Song Qiankun exclaimed, "Chief, you are truly familiar with the history of Dongjiang University." Zong Da said, "Not long after I returned from studying abroad, I worked at Dongjiang University for some time." At that moment, Anna also entered the pavilion. Song Qiankun suggested, "This stone tablet is memorable. Comrade Anna, would you like me to photograph you and Comrade Zong Da together?" Zong Da and Anna readily agreed. Therefore, Song Qiankun raised the Leica 3D camera and took another group photo of them. That afternoon, Song Qiankun took numerous photos of Zong Da and Anna, nearly using up an entire roll of film. As they were about to descend the mountain, Anna, seemingly as a reward for his efforts, suggested, "Andre, take a photo of me and Song together." Zong Da hesitated for a moment and said, "All right." He took the Leica 3D camera from Song Qiankun's hand and photographed him and Anna Louise together. Behind them was the vast Dongjiang River. The cargo ship trailing soot had already passed, and the sky and river surface were clear as jade, as if they had been washed. Before Zong Da pressed the shutter, Anna reached out and affectionately put her arm around Song Qiankun's shoulder. Then they went down the mountain. A week later, the event that would later shock Dongjiang occurred. Zong Da disappeared. Zong Da went missing while walking along the Maple Garden River after dinner one day. The day before, Song Qiankun had heard from the intelligence department that there were signs of Kuomintang agents operating near Maple Garden. Zong Da had a habit of walking along the river every evening, sometimes alone with Anna Louise, and usually had one or two security guards around him. However, on the day of the incident, there was no security guard around Zong Da. Anna Louise went to the 8th Route Army office to deliver a confidential document without accompanying Zong Da for a walk as usual. The accident just happened like that. After Zong Da's disappearance, the entire security team of the Dongjiang Bureau was dispatched to search the surrounding area for 2 days, but no trace of Zong Da was found. Some speculated that the Kuomintang or Japanese puppet agents might have kidnapped Zong Da. A few days later, the Central Daily News published a My Confession, signed by Zong Da, accompanied by a recent photo of Zong Da. At the same time, KMT newspapers of all sizes reported Zong Da's breakaway from the CCP under the headlines of "Zong Da, leader of the CCP's Dongjiang Bureau, was dissatisfied with the internal struggles of the party and voluntarily defected to the KMT. Renouncing his communist beliefs and converting to the 3 principles of the people," etc. The KMT also reported Zong Da's breakaway from the CCP. He renounced his communist beliefs and converted to the 3 people's principles. This incident alerted Yan'an. Soon, the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China urgently reorganized the Dongjiang Bureau. A group of cadres directly responsible for the Zong Da incident were dismissed. As a security staff officer, Song Qiankun, who was directly responsible, was soon transferred back to Yan'an. Shortly after returning to Yan'an, Song Qiankun and Anna were subject to organizational scrutiny. Together with other cadres returning from the Dongjiang Bureau, they were concentrated in a row of cave dwellings at the Northern Shanxi Public School. In front of the caves stood several tall locust and jujube trees, whose shade covered most of the sky above the caves, providing exceptional shade in summer and shelter from the wind and sand in winter. At that time, Zong Da had already been labeled a traitor by the Central Committee and faced severe criticism within the party. As his wife and the guard staff were directly responsible for his security, they naturally underwent stricter scrutiny than others. In addition to carefully recounting various details before and after Zong Da's betrayal, they also had to trace the ideological roots and draw a clear line with Zong Da. Over time, the materials written by the two of them piled up to form a thick stack. The investigation was finally over. On that day, when Song Qiankun and Anna Louise walked out of the cave, they felt a sense of liberation sweeping over them. As they returned to Yan'an, summer had just passed, and now it was mid-autumn. Looking at the dwindling Yan River nearby and the autumn scenery on the plateau in the distance, and thinking about the political upheaval triggered by the Zongda incident, both were emotionally overwhelmed. Song Qiankun looked at the row of locust trees before the cave and said, "Comrade Anna, I saw the divorce announcement between you and Zongda published in the Liberation Daily." "Song, am I doing something too extreme?" Anna's voice was low, like a pupil asking a teacher a question.
"Comrade Anna, you didn't do anything wrong," Song Qiankun said hesitantly. "It was Zongda who made the mistake. It was he who betrayed the revolution, not you."
"Perhaps I was wrong from the very beginning," murmured Anna. "When I first met Zongda, from the moment we met until we got married, it was because he was a mature and steadfast revolutionary, admired even by comrades Lenin and Stalin. Over the years, I followed him from Europe to the Soviet Union, and then to China, always regarding him as the embodiment of the revolution, as an idol. But who would have thought that he would betray the revolution?" As Anna spoke, tears welled up in her eyes, trickling down her cheeks like two small streams. Seeing Anna's sad expression, Song Qiankun couldn't help but feel some sympathy. He took out a handkerchief and handed it over, comforting her.
"In my mind, I have always respected Zongda as a revolutionary and leader. This is not our fault. Revolution is harsh, constantly testing everyone and forcing us to make our own choices on major issues of right and wrong. You have already made the right choice, so there's no need to blame yourself too much." When Song Qiankun said this, it was not just about Anna Louise. It was a revelation of his own inner feelings over the past period. Dissolving the marriage with Zongda is certainly easy, but... Anna Louise paused here as if she had something difficult to say. Song Qiankun immediately understood. He gazed at Anna's slightly protruding belly and was suddenly touched by something. He had already heard that Anna was pregnant with Zongda's child. This was a tricky problem, he thought. He turned his gaze again to the row of locust trees and saw two skylarks flying from afar, perching on the treetops. From afar, they looked like two notes on a musical staff. "In a couple of days, I'll be heading to the front," he said. "Comrade Anna, will we meet again?" Anna didn't say a word. The next morning, as soon as Song Qiankun got up, washed up, and returned to the cave, he saw Anna standing at the door, holding a camera. He had sharp eyes and immediately recognized it as Zhongda's Leica 3D. "Song, since we're about to part ways, I'll give you this camera as a souvenir," Anna said, forcing a smile on her slightly pale face. "Please don't treat it as a trader's personal belongings." After saying that, she thrust the camera into Song Qiankun's hands, turned around, and left. Soon, Song Qiankun returned to the front line of the anti-Japanese war with this camera. In the Taihang Mountains and the central Hebei Plain, he fought fierce battles against the Japanese invaders alongside his cousin's husband, Hong Hu's troops. He used that camera on the battlefield filled with flames and smoke to record one heroic scene after another. Every time he pressed the shutter, Anna's face, which bore a striking resemblance to Garbo's, flashed across his mind. Half a year later, Song Qiankun accompanied his injured brother-in-law Hong Hu back to Yan'an for treatment and made a special trip to visit Anna, who worked at Yan'an Women's University. It was spring, and Song Qiankun picked a bunch of winter jasmine from the cliff by the roadside and presented it to Anna when they met. That day, he formally proposed to Anna, and she accepted. The baby in her belly was already 9 months old at that time. A little over 2 weeks later, the baby, a boy, was born. Anna didn't let her son take his biological father's surname, Zong, but instead chose to give him his stepfather's surname, Song. 5, father and daughter. It was already past noon when the nanny came up from downstairs, took small, quick steps into Song Qiankun's room and whispered, "Mr. Song, Xiaofan hasn't come back yet. Would you like to eat something first? Xiaofan said she would come back for lunch, so she will definitely be back. Just wait a bit longer. Song Qiankun leaned on the sofa and said without turning his head, his gaze still fixed on the stack of photos in front of him. He picked out one of them and examined it closely. The photo showed a portrait of Song Qiankun and Anna Louise. Both of them are dressed in the uniforms of the 8th Route Army, standing on the edge of the Yan River. The clear river water flowed like a jade belt behind them, with the majestic Pagoda Mountain and the rolling northern Shanxi Plateau in the distance. The sun shines on the river, creating dazzling ripples that reflect on the faces of the two people, making them appear exceptionally bright. Song Qiankun closed his eyes for a while, leaning his head on the back of the sofa. His sparse white hair drooped from the sofa back, and he appeared asleep, but his mind was particularly active. Scenes from the past flashed through his mind like slides, then quickly disappeared. He seemed to be back in his youth when studying at Chuzhou Middle School. The posters of the drama Thunderstorm, in which he played Zhou Ping and Sui Ying played Fan Yi, were posted all over the campus, attracting admiring glances. The scene suddenly changed to a wedding procession, with a sedan chair covered in red silk passing through the streets of Chuzhou. The bride sitting inside the sedan chair was pale and tearful. The groom riding on horseback in front of the sedan chair was an old man in his 50s. This man was his father, Huang Yaozu. Then the scene shifted to a dark and windy night. He was leading the assassination squad into the deep mansion in Pai Town where he had grown up. Several Red Army soldiers tied up his father, who was wearing a silk sleeping gown, and dragged him out of the bedroom. They took him to the old ginkgo tree at the east end of the town. Soon after, 2 gunshots rang out in the silent night, as crisp as firecrackers during the New Year. He posted the slogan he had personally written on the thick ginkgo tree, sentencing Huang Yaozu to death to avenge the Red Army martyrs. Long live the worker-peasant Red Army. All power belongs to the Soviets. The scene changed again, and he was sitting between 2 cadres in People's Liberation Army uniforms at a simple table in a cave dwelling of the Central Department of Social Affairs. The 2 cadres had serious expressions. He looked a little nervous. Back then, when you led the Red Army assassination squad into the Huang residence and shot your own biological father, Huang Yaozu, was it because he stole your lover, Sui Ying, to vent your anger, or was it truly to avenge the Red Army martyrs? You embarked on the path of revolution. Was it because you believed in communism, or was it to seek personal advancement? He had heard similar questions from Bai Shouhu, a military intelligence bureau chief. After the Zongda incident, during the Dazhang traitor case in the late 1950s, and during the Cultural Revolution, he was interrogated countless times. Did he answer them? How did he answer them? He couldn't remember. But he was sure that he did answer them, or else he wouldn't have been able to pass all the organizational reviews. However, although he passed the organizational reviews, he ultimately failed to pass Anna Louise's test. In the late 1950s, both were transferred from Beijing to work for the Dajiang Provincial Party Committee. He was the head of the Provincial Party Committee's propaganda department, and Anna worked at the provincial radio station. Soon after, he was suddenly subjected to review. The review was because someone had reported that he had betrayed the party's secrets when he was the head of the Dajiang Provincial Party Committee's city work department before the liberation. The report was written to the Central Committee, and the Central Committee and the Dajiang Provincial Party Committee jointly set up a special investigation team. When he was taken away from home by the investigation team, he was only allowed to bring a few changes of clothes and a copy of Gorky's Mother, which had been translated by Zong Da, who had long been labeled as one of the biggest traitors in the history of the CCP. Zong Da gave him this book, and on the flyleaf was his signature, to Comrade Qiankun, Zongda, July 1939. However, after the Zongda incident, he erased the flyleaf's signature with an eraser. But when the comrades on the special investigation team found out that he had brought Gorky's mother with him, they sternly questioned him. Why did you keep a book translated by the big traitor Zongda? Are you Zong Da's accomplice? Otherwise, how could he have easily fled to the nationalist side? On the day that Zong Da disappeared, why was there no guard by his side? Could you deliberately arrange it to create an opportunity for the spies? You not only married Zong Da's ex-wife, but also raised his son, which proves that you are in league with him. The questions bombarded him like a barrage of bullets, making him dizzy and unable to answer. After 2 months of interrogation, the special investigation team failed to find any conclusive evidence of his betrayal, and they had no choice but to let him go home. But as soon as he entered the house, he saw a divorce agreement. "I'm sorry, Song. I came to China for the sake of the revolution. I can't continue living with a traitor to the revolution." Anna stared at him blankly. He vaguely remembered that Anna's expression was the same when she announced her divorce from Zong Da in Yan'an. "But the organization hasn't reached a formal conclusion yet," he stammered, but Anna didn't let him finish. She shrugged. "But I can't face the discrimination and distrust of my colleagues, and also Song Ji, who's already graduated from elementary school. Don't forget that he has your surname, Song. His classmates call him traitor son behind his back." He saw a few tears welling up in Anna's eyes, and he couldn't help but lower his head. After divorcing him, Anna took her and Zong Da's son. Because they couldn't find any conclusive evidence of his betrayal and defection, after nearly half a year of investigation, the Central Committee decided to reinstate him as the head of the propaganda department of Dongjiang Provincial Party Committee. Luo after, he married Luo Yi, a nurse at the provincial sanatorium. A year later, his daughter Song Xiaofan was born. "Xiaofan is back?" "Well, I was delayed by some things. Aunt Zhao, have you eaten?" "Not yet. The food has been ready for a long time. Song Lao said he had to wait for you to come back." "Oh, it's almost 2:00. What are we waiting for? The old man must be starving." A series of thumping footsteps sounded on the stairs. The room door was pushed open with a bang, and a string of pleasant calls came along with the footsteps. "Dad! Dad!" It was his daughter, Song Xiaofan. Xiaofan was back. Song Qiangkun opened his eyes slightly as if he had just returned from a journey through another world. In his hazy vision, he saw his daughter walk towards him like a gust of wind. A trace of a kind smile appeared on his relaxed face, but before the smile lines on his cheeks could spread, he deliberately straightened his face, frowned, and pretended to be angry. "Hey, didn't you say you would come home in the morning?" "It wasn't because of that TV documentary. A few people were discussing it, and the time just flew by." Song Xiaofan's speech was as fast as a machine gun, perhaps subconsciously a little coquettish in front of her father. "Dad, are you dozing off on the sofa again? I told you before that you'll easily catch a cold that way, but don't listen," she said while helping her father, who was about to get up from the sofa. "Don't help me. I haven't gotten so old that I can't walk." Song Qiangkun waved his hand, although he said he had already taken Song Xiaofan's hand. He felt that his daughter's hand was still as small and slender as when she was a child, like a piece of warm jade. Father and daughter walked hand in hand toward the stairs. "By the way, Dad, did that Du Wei from Dongjiang University's photography class come this morning? How's the photo restoration coming along?" Xiaofan suddenly asked. He has been here before. It's not bad." Song Qiangkun nodded with satisfaction. "Ha, Dad. Did I recommend the right talent to you?" Song Xiaofan said smugly. "Didn't you want to find a young person who knows photography to accompany you on a trip to inspect the places where you fought in the past? How about this, Du Wei?" "Well, let me think about it," Song Qiangkun said ambiguously. Actually, he had this idea in his mind, but his long-term habit as a leading cadre made him reluctant to easily share his decisions with others, even his own daughter. Song Qiangkun had always been very fond of this daughter. He was at a low point when he married his second wife, Luo Yi. After Anna divorced him due to the traitor case, he lived alone for a while. Before long, he was reinstated, but the constant investigations had taken a toll on his mind and body. So, after his reinstatement, the Provincial Party Committee arranged for him to go to the provincial sanatorium for recuperation. At that time, Luo Yi was a nurse at the sanatorium and was responsible for his care. This young nurse with a pair of beautiful phoenix eyes was outstanding in her work and took care of him with special attention. Her attitude was always so kind and gentle, and she was never impatient like some nurses. Before giving him an injection, she would always lightly press her slender index and middle fingers on the spot that had been wiped with alcohol. After the injection, she would repeat this motion once again. Every time she did this, Song Qiankun's body would tremble slightly as if it had been electrocuted. When he left the sanatorium, he felt a sense of reluctance. Later, Song Qiankun understood that what he was reluctant to leave was not the comfortable conditions or the picturesque scenery of the sanatorium, but the nurse, Luo Yi. Soon after, Song Qiankun remarried. His second wife was Luo Yi, and a year later their daughter Song Xiaofan was born. Luo Yi was only 22 that year, while Song Qiankun was already in his 40s. From then on, he had a happy family, a beautiful young wife, and a lively and adorable daughter. This happiness was invaluable to a middle-aged man who had escaped war and endured complex political trials. He gradually forgot about Anna and his adopted son, later renamed Zong Xiaotian, and poured all his love into Luo Yi and his daughter Xiaofan. Whenever he went on a business trip, he would bring back some gifts they liked. During every holiday, no matter how busy he would take his daughter to the park, the youth palace, or the museum. At that time, Luo Yi had been transferred to the inpatient department of the Provincial People's Hospital as a head nurse. She was so busy that she often didn't even have time for holidays. His daughter spent more time with him, her father, than with her mother. Over time, the daughter seemed to rely more on her father and became distant from her mother. This continued even after she entered middle school. Even Luo Yi was a bit jealous and teased him behind his daughter's back. "Old Song, you only see your daughter. You've almost forgotten about your wife." When Luo Yi said this, her phoenix eyes were actually filled with the tenderness of a wife and mother. This made Song Qiankun experience the joy of his success again. He had a beautiful wife and a loving daughter, and his career was also reaching new heights. He had just been promoted from the head of the Provincial Party Committee's propaganda department to the secretary of the Secretariat of the Provincial Party Committee and the Vitsu governor of the province. His work was more busy and more important than before. His full-length novel, The Majestic Song of the Great River, was published then. Through this work, he earned the title of a writer and won the reputation of a talented man within the party. No matter how you looked at it, he was in his life's best and most successful period. But a few years later, the Cultural Revolution broke out, and Song Qiankun was once again swept into political turmoil. The traitor case of the 1950s was brought up again. This time, not only did he lose his position as the secretary of the Secretariat and the Vitsu governor, but he was also labeled a traitor and thrown into prison. Although his wife, Luo Yi, was also implicated, she did not divorce him like Anna had. But Xiaofan, who he considered the apple of his eye, demanded that she cut all ties with him. To show her complete break from him, she even changed her name to Song Wei-hong. After graduating from junior high school, she went to the countryside to live and work with the peasants. When Xiaofan went to the countryside, Song Qiankun was in prison and could not send her off. His wife, Luo Yi, told him about it during a visit. "The countryside is so hard. How can the child handle it?" In the visiting room, Luo Yi's eyes welled up with tears as she spoke. Song Qiankun could only comfort her. "It's good for her to get some experience in the countryside." Although he said so, he was not feeling well either. After all, she was still a girl who wasn't yet 15 years old. So, a few years later, when he was reinstated and returned to a leadership position, the first thing he did was to transfer his daughter from the countryside to Jiangxin Iron and Steel Factory's cultural troupe. Xiaofan had shown a talent for literature and art since middle school. She was a pillar of the school's propaganda team. Working in the cultural troupe was considered a good fit for her talent. After his daughter returned to the city, although she no longer demanded a break from him, her relationship with him remained lukewarm. Instead of living in their big house at home, she preferred to live in the cramped and crowded dormitories of the steel factory's cultural troupe. But that was not all. Xiaofan had secretly begun a relationship with a rebel at Dajiang Iron and Steel Factory. For this, Song Qiangkun lost his temper for the first time and told Xiaofan that she had to break up with the rebel or never return to this house again. But Xiaofan still paid no attention to his words and married the rebel. Because of this, father and daughter had a complete falling out. Xiaofan had not come home for several years. When they met again, it was after the Gang of Four had been crushed. Song Qiangkun clearly remembered that it was New Year's Day in 1977. After returning home from a meeting of the Provincial Party Committee Secretariat, he saw his wife, Luo Yi, and his daughter, Xiaofan, sitting together on a simple sofa in the living room. Both mother and daughter had red eyes, and tears were still clinging to their eyelashes. After years apart, Xiaofan was much thinner than before, and her phoenix eyes, which resembled Luo Yi's, seemed even bigger. When she saw him, she got up from the simple sofa and timidly called, "Dad!" Song Qiangkun still had some resentment in his heart, but his heart softened when he saw his daughter's pitiful look, as if she was a child who had made a mistake and was waiting to be punished. "Hey, you're back. It's good that you're back." As soon as the words were out of his mouth, Xiaofan threw herself into his arms, tears streaming down her face. At that moment, he completely forgave his daughter. Young people are prone to impulsiveness and easily get carried away, just like when he broke away from his feudal family to join the revolution. And he had gone even further than Xiaofan. He had led the assassination squad to kill his own biological father. Soon after, Song Qiangkun transferred Xiaofan from the steel factory's cultural troupe to the provincial song and dance troupe as a writer. Although Xiaofan had only graduated from junior high school, she had loved literature and art since childhood under his influence. She had already published several works in the provincial newspaper and Dajiang literature. So, working as a writer at the provincial song and dance troupe was considered a good fit for her talent. The key was that Xiaofan had divorced the rebel who had been sentenced to prison. He should let her leave the shadows of the past as soon as possible and start a new life. In short, Xiaofan's life, which had once deviated from its track, returned to the right path. Not long ago, as a rising young writer, Xiaofan entered the writer's class at the Chinese department of Dongjiang University, fulfilling her dream of going to university, which of course could not have happened without the help of Song Qiangkun. But as the daughter of the deputy provincial party secretary and Eshutsti Vitsu governor, wasn't everything Xiaofan possessed a long overdue compensation for her? "It's been a long time since I've had Aunt Zhao's pork rib and lotus root soup." When Xiaofan saw the big bowl of lotus root soup the nanny had brought, she couldn't wait to pick up the spoon. She scooped a big bowl for herself and then tried to scoop some for Song Qiangkun, but he blocked her. "Scoop a little less. My blood sugar is high and the doctor advised me to limit meat." "Yes, Song Lao doesn't eat meat usually. The soup is cooked for you when you come home." Aunt Zhao also told Xiaofan, "If you want to drink lotus root soup, come home more often to eat so that Song Lao won't nag you all the time at home." Aunt Zhao was Luo Yi's cousin. She used to work in a large collective factory in the city and was a few years older than Luo Yi. Due to the factory's downturn, she took early retirement just after turning 50 and was idle at home. Luo Yi asked her to help with household chores. Since Luo Yi was transferred to the Provincial Foreign Affairs Office as a director, she had been busier than before when she was in the hospital and couldn't attend to household matters at all. She needed to hire a nanny. Aunt Zhao was not only tidy but also kept the house in order. She was also a good cook, especially her stewed pork rib and lotus root soup, which Xiaofan always drank several bowls of. Since she came, Luo Yi hadn't been in the kitchen again. Unfortunately, since Song Qiangkun was diagnosed with diabetes 2 years ago, he had to control his diet strictly, and he could only taste the best delicacies. The dish had already cooled. After Aunt Zhao reheated it and served it, she returned to the kitchen, leaving Song Qiangkun and his daughter Song Xiaofan alone in the dining room. Song Qiankun went to Beijing for a meeting and just returned a few days ago. After his retirement, he rarely intervened in the province's work, except for some documents circulated within the party or when individual leaders actively sought his advice. However, as a member of the Central Advisory Commission, Song Qiankun still attended the annual plenary session of the Central Advisory Commission, mainly to take the opportunity to meet General Hong Hu, his cousin's husband and former leader. His cousin, Han Ying, passed away many years ago, and his cousin's husband is not in good health, spending almost 1/3 of the year in the 301 hospital. Your mom called yesterday wanting to buy some clothes for you in Japan, but she forgot your size and asked me about them. How would I know? Fortunately, your Aunt Zhao still remembers, Song Qiankun said while sipping the lotus root soup. Song Xiaofan teased, Dad, ever since my mom became a director, she's been busier than when you were the governor. She's been traveling abroad and conducting inspections. I'm afraid she's only going to rise higher. Song Qiankun glanced at his daughter and said, Your recent popularity is not far behind your mother's. Song Xiaofan sensed that there was more to his father's words than met the eye and quickly asked, Dad, what did you hear in Beijing? Your uncle by marriage has also heard that your novel won an award. Song Qiankun said, Even Tai Hong and Yanbei gave you a thumbs up when they mentioned you, and they asked you to send them a couple of copies of your new book. Tai Hong and Yanbei were the son and daughter of Han Ying and Hong Hu. Song Xiaofan said, No way. They usually act arrogant and never even bother to look at me. Song Qiankun said, Don't let a little success go to your head. You're just getting started. Seeing her father's serious tone, Song Xiaofan playfully stuck out her tongue and said, In front of you, an old writer, how dare I stick my tail up in the air? With that, she buried her head and gulped down the soup. In the blink of an eye, she had finished the bowl of lotus root soup. Hasn't anything new happened at Dongjiang University recently? Song Qiankun asked. Every time he returned home, his daughter would tell him about the major and minor events at school, which gave him a lot of information about the university scene. Although he had retired, research and investigation were still necessary. Unexpectedly, Song Xiaofan cried out, Ah! And almost choked on the lotus root soup she had just drunk. She quickly covered her mouth and said, Dad, don't tell, there is something. She paused, lowered her voice and said, Principal, he has been in trouble recently. Song Qiankun responded, Oh? The education reform at Dongjiang University had recently been very successful. What trouble could he have gotten into? Dad, let me finish first, Song Xiaofan said mysteriously. Not long ago, Principal He went to the State Education Commission for a meeting. When boarding the Beijing railway station train, he ran into Liu Dongjin. Liu Dongjin was the newly appointed party secretary of the Dajiang Provincial Committee. What's so strange about running into him? Song Qiankun mumbled and listened to his daughter's story with an indifferent tone. That time, Principal He bought a soft sleeper ticket. After boarding the train, he followed the regulations and exchanged his ticket. But just when the train was about to depart, several public security officers rushed him off his berth. Principal He argued with them, repeatedly saying that his berth number was correct, but the public security officers said, regardless of whether he was right or wrong, he couldn't use this berth. Seeing that the public security officers were so aggressive, Principal He had to swallow his anger and pick up his suitcase to move elsewhere. Soon after, a big-shot cadre with a prominent air was welcomed. Principal He later asked the train attendant and learned that this big-shot cadre was Liu Dongjin, who had just been transferred from the National Audit Office to be the secretary of the Dongjiang Provincial Committee. Secretary Liu's berth was located near the bathroom of the soft sleeper car, where people were always coming and going, and it was noisy and smelly, so he had the public security officers force Principal He, who was in the middle of the car, to change his berth. Oh, it was just changing a train berth, Song Qiankun said dismissively. Such a small matter. What's there to make a fuss about? It's not that simple. Listen to me. Song Xiaofan cleared her throat like a storyteller. Not long after Principal He returned from Beijing while receiving a Hong Kong cultural and education delegation, he revealed this incident. The incident quickly made its way to the major and minor media outlets in Hong Kong, its spearhead directly pointing towards Secretary Liu Dongjin, labeling him with several hats, like bureaucratic style, privilege mentality, and not respecting intellectuals. Secretary Liu was furious. He personally called Principal He and ordered him to write a statement against the anti-communist views of the overseas forces to eliminate the negative impact. But Principal He kept dragging his feet and refused to write it. And what do you know? The State Education Commission originally intended to promote the experience of Dongjiang University's education reform to the whole nation. Even the Xinhua news agency was preparing an interview with Principal He, calling him a reformer in education who dares to eat the first crab. But it all fell through because of this. Tell me, is this a significant matter or not? Song Qiankun remained silent for a while after listening to his daughter's story, but his mind flashed back to what his cousin-in-law Hong Hu had said to him at the 301 hospital in Beijing. The Central Committee originally planned to extend your retirement and have you succeeded Lao Yuan, who was transferred to the Central Committee to be the party secretary of Dongjiang Province for a term, his cousin-in-law had said. With your experience, if it weren't for that so-called traitor case, you would have been given a much more important leadership position a long time ago. Besides, you've been the deputy party secretary and Vitsu governor of Dajiang for so long. But just at this crucial moment, someone wrote a letter to the Central Discipline Inspection Commission saying that in the past 2 years, you had built dozens of villas for retired cadres on the shores of South Lake in Dajiang, not only using the state funds allocated to the old revolutionary areas, but also forcing a school to move away from the shores of South Lake, which created a terrible influence. As the Aishutsutiv Vitsu governor who approved this project, you should take the main responsibility. His cousin-in-law, Hong Hu, had long been a military and National Defense Department leader. Although he didn't usually ask about local affairs, he was a member of the Central Advisory Commission, so he was relatively familiar with the Central Committee's decisions and personnel changes. But in the end, Secretary Yuan decided on this project, not me, Song Qiankun said as if he was defending himself. That's the reasoning, but the problem is, the person who reported you to the Central Discipline Inspection Commission was your former subordinate, his cousin-in-law said, and once again brought up the traitor case before the liberation of Dajiang, accusing him of leaking the intelligence about the Dongjiang Provincial Party Committee and the military hospital being surrounded by the local security force at Niangzhu Lake, which resulted in the death of more than 100 cadres, soldiers, and the wounded. My subordinate's fiancé was killed in the Phoenix Island massacre. He was in extreme grief and was also eager to avenge his fiancé. He developed a form of paranoia, Song Qiankun said with a wry smile. I have reported these circumstances to the organization several times. But with the South Lake Villas incident, the situation has become more complicated, his cousin-in-law said with a frown. The Central Committee leaders are furious, and Comrade Xiaoping has also issued a directive demanding a serious investigation. Later, Song Qiankun retired from his position as the deputy party secretary and Aishutsutiv Vitsu governor of the provincial committee. Although he was given an honorary position as a member of the Central Advisory Commission, it was merely a consolation. On the soft sleeper car of the train back to Dajiang from Beijing, Song Qiankun's mind was filled with the image of that old subordinate. A shadow passed through his heart. Could it be that this man would be chasing after him for the rest of his life? At that moment, Song Qiankun heard his daughter talking about the new provincial party secretary, Liu Dongjin. Song Qiankun couldn't help but think, that position should have been mine. But what came out of his mouth was, it's no wonder Secretary Liu was just appointed and was immediately pushed to the forefront of controversy. It would be a big deal for anyone. As soon as he said this, he immediately realized that his words hinted at schadenfreude, and he changed his tone. Principal, he is, after all, an intellectual. He doesn't understand politics. Although he said this, he still sided with Principal He. not only because of his friendship with Principal He during their time at the May 7th Cadre School, but also because, during his tenure, he had always strongly supported Dongjiang University's reform plan and recommended Principal He to be the president of Dongjiang University. Now, the new provincial party secretary was making a big fuss over this matter, which made him very uncomfortable. But what could he do? Liu Dongjin was a Beijing official, barely in his 50s, and was from a technical background. He met the Central Committee's requirements for younger and more professional cadres. Compared to those old comrades who had a military background, his edge and style were much more aggressive. A sour feeling welled up in Song Qiangkun's heart, but he didn't let this subtle emotion show in front of his daughter. Instead, he changed the subject. "How's that TV show of yours, The Great River Flows East? How's the preparation going? When will filming start?" The Great River Flows East was a large-scale TV drama initiated by Song Xiaofan and several classmates from Dongjiang University's writers' class. With Song Qiangkun's and Principal He's support, it received special funding from the provincial treasury and Dongjiang University. I wrote the initial draft of the script for The Great River Flows East, and I pulled Lang Tao in for the second draft. Song Xiaofan said, "We recently invited several scholars for a discussion. We have finalized the script, everything is ready, and as soon as the special funding from the Ministry of Finance is in place, we can start filming." "Oh, isn't the theme of this film From Inland Civilization to Maritime Civilization?" Song Qiangkun said approvingly. "It's good that you brought Lang Tao in. He's a PhD who came back from overseas. His academic expertise and vision are much better than you amateur writers." "What's wrong with us amateurs?" Song Xiaofan pouted. "Dad, you are too much of a foreign worshiper. Back then, the Japanese devils and the Kuomintang called you communist bandits, and didn't you defeat them anyway? Ha, you can't put it that way. Now is the reform era. We can't copy the old methods from the war years. Education and cultural arts must face the world, face the future." "Lang Tao will be pleased to hear you say that." "Oh, he's happy. What about you? Are you happy or not happy?" Hearing her father's words, Song Xiaofan's face turned red. While the father and daughter were talking, lunch was over without them realizing it. At that moment, Aunt Zhao came in to clear the table, and they got up and walked out of the dining room. As Song Xiaofan linked arms with Song Qiangkun and walked upstairs, she suddenly said, "Cheng Guojun, he's out of prison." Song Xiaofan's voice was low. Song Qiangkun didn't hear her clearly and asked, "What did you say?" Song Xiaofan repeated it once again. Song Qiangkun didn't say anything. Song Xiaofan glanced at her father and saw that his face had turned gloomy. She also remained silent. Cheng Guojun was Song Xiaofan's former rebel husband. Back then, it was because of him that the relationship between father and daughter had been strained for a long time. After Song Xiaofan's divorce, although her relationship with her father had returned to the intimacy it had been before, the whole family had always avoided the name Cheng Guojun like it was an old wound. Now, Song Xiaofan had suddenly brought it up, and the harmonious atmosphere between father and daughter had instantly shattered. 6. Dating. After her divorce, Song Xiaofan stayed at the Donggang Cultural Troupe for some time. After being transferred to the Provincial Song and Dance Troupe, she was assigned a single room of less than 10 square meters, which she moved into. Although it was much closer to her home than before, she didn't often return. When she did come back occasionally, it was like visiting relatives, and she would have a meal with her parents before returning to the Provincial Song Troupe. She never stayed overnight. At that time, her family still lived in the old Provincial Party Committee compound. Since she had been sent to the countryside to work and settle down before returning to the city and being transferred to the Dongjiang Iron and Steel Factory, she rarely stayed overnight at home. However, her parents still kept a separate bedroom for her, with furniture and bedding that she had used before entering junior high school. It seemed as if time had stood still, and even the music box and Russian doll she had played with as a child were still there. However, Song Xiaofan's relationship with her parents could never return to what it was. This situation changed after she enrolled in the writers' class at Dongjiang University. At that time, her parents had already moved into this luxurious villa in the South Lake community, with upstairs, downstairs, and front and back gardens. The house was much larger than before, and the environment was incomparably more secluded and spacious than the old provincial party committee compound. On their move-in day, she walked into this magnificent villa for the first time, feeling mixed emotions. Just like in the old house, her parents had reserved a bedroom for her. Standing in the bedroom, Song Xiaofan thought that the wall between her and her parents for so many years had suddenly collapsed. Amidst the dust and smoke, she seemed to see herself wearing a red armband on her arm, looking so naive and ridiculous. Even more absurdly when she walked towards the vast world, with the heroic sentiment of breaking away from her traitorous father, she even felt proud of herself for betraying the feudal family just like her father did back then. At that time, she could never have imagined that a person who led the anti-traitor squad to eliminate his counter-revolutionary father would actually betray the revolution. That night, Song Xiaofan made an exception and stayed home all night. She felt a sense of returning home that she had not experienced for a long time, as if she had returned to her childhood, laughing and acting spoiled with her parents without any constraints. No matter how heavy the rain was, her parents were always there to shield her from the wind, rain, and lightning like a big umbrella. Originally a greenhouse plant, she insisted on treating herself as a wildflower and weed, responding to Chairman Mao's call to experience the wind and rain and see the world. Who could she blame for the suffering she suffered? Song Xiaofan felt like a prodigal who had strayed for many years and returned to her hometown, and a sense of shame unlike any she had ever felt surged up in her heart. Fortunately, it's all in the past, and everything had returned to its original track, Song Xiaofan thought. She was living under the big umbrella of her parents again, just like when she was a child. It's not an exaggeration for her to think this way. From being transferred from the countryside to the Dongjiang Iron and Steel Factory Cultural Troupe, publishing her first work in the provincial newspaper, to being transferred to the provincial song and dance troupe, attending the writers' class at Dongjiang University, and even the TV series The Great River Flows East, she planned with Lang Tao this time, wasn't every step and every path paved by her father for her? However, no matter what, she was no longer the little girl who would only act spoiled around her parents, but a divorced woman who had passed the age of 30. She had always been very strong-willed since childhood, similar to her father. But my father is getting old, and I can't hide under this big tree for the rest of my life, Song Xiaofan thought. I should have my independent career and life. Song Xiaofan certainly had her own independent career and life. Not long after joining the writers' class at Dongjiang University, she published her novel Xiangchun Street in a national publication. Although it sparked some controversy, it also received ample recognition in the literary world. Several renowned critics even wrote review articles, hailing her as a notable new literary star. She had become a genuine writer. If this were her first step out of her father's shadow, then the TV series The Great River Flows East, which she planned with Lang Tao not long ago, would be her second step. Song Xiaofan spent the most effort on the script, project approval, and fundraising for this film. She had to grind and soak with her father to secure provincial financial funding for quite some time. At first, her father was very reluctant. As a retired cadre, he did not want to be tainted with the stigma of using backdoor channels to seek benefits for his children after leaving office. To dispel her father's concerns, Song Xiaofan vigorously promoted the historical and practical significance of the Great River Flows East, using some trendy terms she learned from Lang Tao, such as yellow civilization, blue civilization, agricultural civilization, immense commercial civilization, modernization, and modernity. She bombarded him with these terms. She knew that her father had always firmly supported reforms and was most afraid of being called conservative, just like he was scared of being called unrevolutionary during the Cultural Revolution. This tactic worked, and her father agreed to write a note to the newly appointed provincial party secretary, Liu Dongjin. Secretary Liu showed her father some respect, and soon after, the financial funding report for the TV series was approved. In the past 6 months, Song Xiaofan had devoted all her energy to this TV series, striving to complete it as soon as possible. Song Xiaofan believed that after taking these 2 steps, her career could truly become independent. Otherwise, she would always be seen as a good-for-nothing who relied on her father, the governor, to get by. Then it's independent life. Yes, she was already 31 years old. As a woman, she was not yet old. After all, her youth had passed. The best years of her life and the most precious first love of a young girl were dedicated to a rebel who had become a prisoner. What a painful loss. Could she still recover this loss? Or could she still find her love and happiness? Such concerns were not only held by Song Xiaofan herself, but also by her father and mother. Every time she returned home, she could sense it from a subtle look or an inadvertent remark from her parents. They all hoped she could rebuild a family as soon as possible, but they dared not be too blatant about it. Back then, when Song Xiaofan broke up with her traitor father, she showed a rebellious character, which made them somewhat wary when facing her personal problems now, not daring to inquire, let alone interfere directly. Song Qiankun always had the habit of taking a nap in the afternoon. After escorting his father to the bedroom, Song Xiaofan went back to her room. Song Xiaofan's and her parents' bedrooms were on the 2nd floor, separated by her father's office and study. When the curtains of the bedroom were drawn, one could see the rippling waves of the South Lake, the water birds on the palm, and the pine forest on the shore. The afternoon sunshine filtered through the pine forest by the lake, casting dappled and blurred light on the light green velvet curtains, making one feel as if they were in a dream. All the furniture had been replaced with new ones, except for the toys that Song Xiaofan played with as a child. Her favorite Russian doll and music box were placed on the most prominent bedside table, alongside an exquisite frame with a photo taken when she was in kindergarten. Song Xiaofan remembered that her father took this photo using a German camera, the Leica 3D. In the photo, she had short pigtails and wore a pink blouse, and her face was filled with an innocent and radiant smile. Due to the long time since the photo was taken, it has slightly faded. On the wall opposite the bed was a mirror that was tall enough to reflect her entire body. At this moment, Song Xiaofan was standing in front of the mirror, examining herself with a scrutinizing gaze. You haven't aged. Compared to that naive and romantic young girl from more than 10 years ago, you've added the charm of a mature woman, and such charm can only be appreciated by mature men. Song Xiaofan's mind flashed back to her father's ambiguous expression when mentioning Lang Tao during lunch. She understood her father's thoughts. He suggested that she was getting too close to Lang Tao, suspecting that they were in love. Since Song Xiaofan joined the writers' class at Dongjiang University, her interactions with Lang Tao had become more frequent, even intimate. This philosophy PhD from overseas, the youngest professor at the university, his erudition and sharpness, as well as his dashing appearance and elegant manner, all made Song Xiaofan admire and even like him. She didn't want to hide this at all, but this was only out of respect for knowledge and had nothing to do with romantic feelings. Whether from the courses Lang Tao gave to the writers' class or during the script writing process of the TV drama, The Great River Flows East, Song Xiaofan, who only had a junior high school education, learned much from him. Moreover, Lang Tao was several years younger than her. As a mature woman, she still saw him as a greenhorn. Besides, her father and Professor Lang Yongliang used to be comrades in arms at the May 7th Cadre School, so their families could be considered acquaintances. Lang Tao and He Shouwu's daughter, He Li, were childhood sweethearts, and their parents had already betrothed them to each other. Therefore, it might be more appropriate to think of her fondness for Lang Tao as that of an older sister to a younger. Only Song Xiaofan herself knew what kind of man she truly liked. But this was a woman's secret. Could she tell her father? Of course not. At the thought of their evening date, Song Xiaofan's heart skipped a few beats, and her face began to burn slightly. This feeling akin to first love filled her heart with both confusion and excitement. Could it be that I was really falling in love again? She glanced at herself in the mirror, her cheeks flushed like they had been painted with rouge. She was hesitant to face herself and checked the time on her wristwatch. It was just after 2 o'clock, still plenty of time before the appointed time. So, she stepped away from the mirror, sat down at the desk by the window, and opened a novel. It was The Lover by French female writer Marguerite Duras, which she had borrowed from the Dongjiang University Library. Among her favorite foreign female writers, besides Woolf, was Duras. Not long ago, she had just finished reading Woolf's To the Lighthouse, and recently she had started reading Duras. In the past 2 years, Duras's 2 novels, Hiroshima Mon Amour and The Lover, have become very popular in Chinese literary circles, especially among female writers. The Lover is an autobiographical novel that tells a sad and melancholic love story between a 15-year-old French girl and a young Chinese lover. The girl's family background was somewhat tragic. She grew up in Saigon, a French colony in Vietnam, and because her father had passed away when she was very young, the family was supported only by her mother's meager salary. Her mother tried everything she could to support the family, all sorts of desperate measures, but the family's poor situation never changed. She had 2 older brothers, and her elder brother was idle and addicted to gambling. He did not change his bad habits due to her mother's favoritism. At the age of youth, when girls loved to be beautiful, under such family circumstances, although the girl's clothing could not be said to be too shabby, she did not have any money for makeup. Before meeting the wealthy young man, she had only a vague understanding of love. This young man from northern China fell in love with her at first sight, became obsessed with her, drove her to and from school, spent money on her, and gave her endless, illusory glory. I'm old. One day a man came to me in the lobby of a public place. After introducing himself, he said, "I have known you for a long time. I am here to tell you that everyone said you were beautiful when you were young. But I think you are even more beautiful now than you were when you were young." Every time Song Xiaofan read this passage, her heart would throb as if she had become the protagonist or the author Duras. Song Xiaofan was interested in not only the indescribable sadness and aesthetic mood in the novel, but also the writer's own experience. When Duras was 66 years old, she fell in love with a lover who was 38 years younger than her. This romantic love story, which seemed absurd in ordinary people's eyes, also attracted Song Xiaofan, even though she was far from 66 years old and was at the height of her youth. But now, facing the open book, Song Xiaofan could not read a single word. Her mind was filled with the image of the man she was about to meet. That man's name was Li Xin. Not long after the Gang of Four was crushed, a group of writers labeled rightists in the 1950s resurfaced and became the leading figures in the literary world. Turning the pages of the country's scholarly publications, one could see their names and works everywhere, especially in those authoritative magazines, which were almost entirely occupied by them, taking up the headlines of every issue. The literary world called these writers the re-blooming flowers. Their works would attract countless praises as soon as they were published, and all kinds of awards were always given to their works in prominent positions. The scar literature they led became a literary trend that took the lead in the times. Soon, while winning over tens of thousands of readers, they successively took up leadership positions in the literary and art federations and writers' associations at all levels, as well as in publishing houses and magazine offices. They each became influential figures who controlled the power of the cultural world. Li Xin is one of them. When Song Xiaofan was just a young literary writer who began to publish works in the supplement section of the provincial newspaper, she already knew the name Li Xin. She was not only familiar with this person, but had also read many of his works. In the beginning, Song Xiaofan had some resistance to right-wing writers. You had to know that during the Cultural Revolution, rightists were the targets of criticism by Red Guards and Little Red Soldiers. But after reading some scar literature novels, Song Xiaofan was gradually conquered by them, as if a huge force had pulled her out of the mire of history. She increasingly felt that the sufferings depicted by the right-wing writers not only belonged to themselves, but also belonged to everyone, including her and her father. What era does not have its own scars? Therefore, she wrote a story based on what her father had told her, Jiangxin Street. Unexpectedly, although the story was artistically a bit immature, it caused a minor sensation in the literary world. It was under such circumstances that Song Xiaofan met Li Xin. Last autumn, Song Xiaofan went to Wenzhou, Zhejiang Province, to participate in a writing conference organized by the literary youth magazine. In addition to young writers like her who had made their debut in the literary world, 2 renowned writers were also invited to give lectures. One was Deng Keng, a veteran writer from the military, and the other was Li Xin. The conference venue was the city committee's second guest house in the suburbs of Wenzhou. The guest house also had another name, the Snow Mountain Hotel, which sounded very poetic and made people think of the phrase white snow. However, it was rare to see snowfall in Wenzhou, which is located in southeastern China. Because the hotel was built on a mountain, the environment was quite peaceful and beautiful, suitable for literary gatherings. The lectures by the 2 famous writers were scheduled for the second day of the conference. Deng Keng gave the lecture in the morning. Deng Keng was known for his short stories that reflected the long march of the Red Army. In the early 1970s, one of his short stories was adapted into a film, which became popular nationwide. However, after the Gang of Four was crushed, his specialized themes were a bit outdated. In the eyes of many young writers, Deng Keng had long been a has-been. Some people even wondered why the organizers had invited him to the conference. He's an old relic, what can he tell us? Therefore, fewer than half of the people were in the audience at the morning lecture. It looked relatively deserted, and some people left halfway after listening to only half of the lecture. The afternoon was a completely different scene. The young writers not only all attended, but even the staff of the conference organizers joined in. Many people came for Li Xin's reputation. They had only read Li Xin's works before, but had never seen him. When Li Xin went to the meeting, many people, including Song Xiaofan, could not help but be surprised. A man of around 60 years old appeared in front of them. His hair was almost all white, like a snow peak with a silvery shine. It made people feel that it was not a sign of aging, but what he was supposed to be. His face was like a piece of weathered land, rough and textured, and underneath his high cheekbones were a pair of sharp eyes. His chin was slightly upturned, like the side of a high cliff. He was about 6 feet tall, with no sign of the hunching typical of older people. He stood as straight as a young man. It made Song Xiaofan think of a poem written by Zeng Zhuo, a famous poet classified as a rightist, called The Tree on the Cliffside. That day, Li Xin's lecture was titled, How I Created Farm Love Stories. Farm Love Stories was a prize-winning story by Li Xin. It was also the work that made him famous. It told the story of the protagonist who suffered all kinds of torture in a labor camp after being labeled a rightist, and of his acquaintance and love with a female protagonist from a working-class background. Song Xiaofan had read it several times and was deeply moved. Now, when she heard the author himself talk about the creation process of the novel, especially Li Xin's slightly southern-accented Mandarin, she felt particularly close to him. Back then, when I was in the labor camp, there was a great famine, and the inmates were only given 4 ounces of food a day. I was always hungry. When I went to get food from the cafeteria, I always used an enamel bowl to fill my stomach. Because of the visual effect, the chefs in the cafeteria would always give me a bit more food. It wasn't that the chefs were intentionally taking care of me, but that enamel bowl was narrow at the bottom and wide at the top, which was easy to cause a visual illusion. I used this geometric principle to tempt the chefs successfully, and that is how I survived that famine and won a soul-stirring love story. When Li Xin said this, it caused a burst of knowing laughter. Because it is very detailed in farm love stories, the chef is the heroine in the novel and later becomes Li Xin's wife. Li Xin's lecture was humorous. At first glance, it seemed to contain little profound content. Yet it harbored a revelation of having experienced the vicissitudes of life. which reminded Song Xiaofan of the Gulag Archipelago by Solzhenitsyn, a Soviet exiled writer who had recently won the Nobel Prize in Literature. Li Xin's lecture was met with rounds of applause, and the enthusiasm starkly contrasted with Deng Keng's lecture in the morning. Many young writers rushed forward to ask Li Xin for his signature, crowding around him. Song Xiaofan was a step behind and was blocked at the periphery. After waiting patiently for the crowd to disperse, Li Xin was about to leave the venue when he realized that Song Xiaofan was still standing in the same place with her notebook. "Oh, I haven't signed your notebook yet, have I?" Li Xin said, walking over to Song Xiaofan. Before he could approach, Song Xiaofan greeted him and handed over her notebook. "What are you writing?" Li Xin took out a pen from his coat pocket, unscrewed the cap, and wrote a few lines on the notebook, as if asking Song Xiaofan, but also as if asking himself. After a moment's thought, he quickly scribbled down a few lines in the notebook. "Soak in clean water 3 times, bathe in blood 3 times, and boil in lye 3 times. Excerpted from The Course of Suffering by Leo Tolstoy. Gift." He stopped writing, raised his head, and glanced at Song Xiaofan. "What's your name?" "My name is Song Xiaofan," she replied, a little flustered. "To Ms. Song Xiaofan, Li Xin." He signed his name, returned the notebook to Song Xiaofan, and then, with one hand tucked into his pocket, he made his way through the crowd, walking out of the venue with the light and nimble gait characteristic of young people. The next day, the Writing Association arranged a visit to Yandang Mountain. Located on the northeastern coast of Wenzhou City, Zhejiang Province, Yandang Mountain was a rhyolitic caldera in the volcanic belt along the Pacific continental margin. It was historically known as the #1 mountain in southeast China and was renowned as a famous mountain on the sea and an unparalleled scenic spot worldwide. The most famous attractions in the picturesque area include Dalong Pool, Xiaolong Pool, Threefold Waterfall, and Fuqi Peak. Most of the young writers who participated in the conference were visiting Yandang Mountain for the first time. They were in high spirits, and they wanted to take pictures as a matter of course. They did not want to miss any of the scenic spots. The Wenzhou City Federation of Literary and Art Circles, which was the conference's organizer, especially hired a photographer from the Photographers Association. Because there were too many people taking photos, he was swamped. To take pictures, everyone had deliberately put on the most fashionable clothing. Regardless of gender, everyone was dressed in flamboyant and dazzling colors. Before Song Xiaofan came to the conference, her father originally wanted her to bring his old German Leica 3D camera. Still, when she thought that the camera was too old and often broke down, she put it back before leaving the house. Now, seeing that everyone was scrambling to take photos, she couldn't help but feel a bit regretful. The most beautiful and moving scenery in Yandang Mountain was the Couple Peak. It was not so much due to how beautiful the natural scenery was, as it was due to that beautiful legend. From the moment they entered the scenic area, the tour guide kept telling everyone the legend. Thousands of years ago, the Shirshai Tsave area was the home of the Bo people. Among the Bo people was a diligent and courageous young man named Shirwa. He was not afraid of wolves and tigers to treat his old mother's eye disease. He crossed mountains and ridges, looking for doctors everywhere. The Jadu Niangzu of heaven was on tour with the Jade Emperor. She looked down upon the beautiful human scenery of Shirshai Tsave. When she learned that Shirwa cared for his old mother alone, the Jadu Niangzu was deeply touched. She quietly came to the human world, transformed into a beautiful woman called Yugu, and married Shirwa. Yugu found Ganoderma on the cliff and took water from the Tianquan cave to make a concoction. She fed it spoon by spoon to her mother-in-law. Her mother-in-law's eye disease was quickly cured, and the family of 3 lived a happy life of farming and weaving. But good times did not last long. The red-eyed monster, hidden deep in the Tianquan cave, returned to the heavenly palace and secretly reported the news of the Jadu Niangzu eloping to the human world. The Jade Emperor was furious and immediately sent heavenly soldiers and generals to capture the Jadu Niangzu. In an instant, the Shirshai Tsave area was shrouded in darkness. Lightning flashed, thunder roared, and torrential rain swept over the area. But the two of them were not afraid. They hugged each other tightly and would rather suffer lightning strikes than return to the heavenly palace. After listening to the guide's story and looking up at those two towering stone peaks, they looked like a pair of lovers embracing each other, reluctant to part. The young writers who participated in the conference, especially the sentimental female writers, were moved to tears. Everyone took photos at the couple peak. After taking their own pictures, they wanted to take photos with Li Xin. Originally, Li Xin and the veteran writer Deng Keng from the army had come to visit together with everyone. However, the young writers only wanted to take photos with Li Xin as if Deng Keng didn't exist. Feeling guilty, Li Xin took the initiative to remind them, "Don't just take photos with me, take one with Teacher Deng too." But the others insisted on pestering him, leaving Deng Keng on the sidelines. Song Xiaofan originally wanted Li Xin to take a group photo, but everyone wanted to be in the picture, crowding around Li Xin like stars around the moon. It was difficult for her to find an opportunity, so she turned to Deng Keng, standing alone and looking lonely on the side, and asked, "Teacher Deng, may I ask you to take a photo with me?" Gloomy and unhappy, Deng Keng was smoking. Surprised by Song Xiaofan's invitation, he quickly put down his cigarette, saying, "Of course, I can." Then Song Xiaofan and Deng Keng took a photo together at the couple peak. After taking the picture, she politely said thank you to Deng Keng. Just as she was about to leave, she saw Li Xin casting an approving gaze from the crowd. The conference activities were always rich and varied. There was a dance party in the evening, and perhaps because of the excitement from the sightseeing, many people danced. Li Xin became the main attraction at the dance, and the female writers were vying with each other to ask him to dance. Deng Keng did not attend the dance party. He knew his limits and was worried about experiencing that embarrassing scene from the day again. During the day, Song Xiaofan did not join the competing crowd in asking Li Xin to dance. After dancing a few rounds with some male writers, she sat down at a tea house on the side, quietly watching everyone's dance moves. After some time had passed, she heard someone say in her ear, "May I have this dance with you?" Song Xiaofan saw a tall, straight old man standing before her. He was politely offering his hand to her. It was Li Xin. Without much hesitation, she stood up from her seat, extended her hand to the other person, and together they stepped onto the dance floor. The Voices of Spring was a slow and graceful waltz being played. Li Xin's dance steps were steady and yet agile. His arm was powerful, and as he lightly held her waist, she spun around like a butterfly, fluttering and dancing. Her entire body seemed to take flight. Song Xiaofan could not help but close her eyes, enjoying this rare pleasure. "You have a lot of personality. You're very unique," she heard Li Xin say in her ear, "just like that story of yours." "You've read my story?" She was a bit surprised. "Which one?" "Which one? Let me think. Shangchun Street. The famous critic Ye Xiaoyan recommended it to me, so I was very impressed with it." Ye Xiaoyan was her father's old friend who had written a review of her new story, Shangchun Street. It seemed like Li Xin was not just being polite, he had read her story. Song Xiaofan thought, "The national short story selection work has already started, and I plan to recommend your story." Li Xin was the vice chairman of the National Short Story Selection Committee. His opinion was undoubtedly significant. Song Xiaofan's heart could not help but feel a bit excited. She lifted her face, and in the dim light, Li Xin's sculptural face was like an engraving, appearing faintly like a twinkling star in the night sky. She felt the hand holding her waist was like a vine entwined around a tree trunk, so thick, strong, and warm. Li Xin left the conference ahead of everyone. For the next 6 months, Song Xiaofan had no contact with him. She sent Li Xin a New Year's card only before New Year's Day of this year. Other than the words Happy New Year, she didn't write a single word. About 2 months ago, she suddenly received a letter from the Chinese Writers Association, or rather, it was a notification. "Comrade Song Xiaofan, your story, Camphor Street, has won the National Short Story Award. The award ceremony will be held in Beijing on X month X day. You are cordially invited to attend. National Short Story Award Selection Committee of the Chinese Writers Association. X month X day, 1980s. Song Xiaofan couldn't believe her own eyes. She read the thin letter with the big red seal several times and finally believed it was real. The scene of meeting Li Xin at Yandong Mountains 6 months ago emerged in her mind, and Li Xin's words seemed to echo in her ears. A sense of gratitude couldn't help but arise in her heart. Not long after, Song Xiaofan went to Beijing to attend the award ceremony. The venue was the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection Guest House on Dianmen East Street, near the China Writers Association on Beach North Street. The award ceremony was grand, with several key leaders of the China Writers Association and most of the judges in attendance. However, Li Xin was not seen. Upon inquiring with the comrades of the conference organizing committee, it was learned that he had led a delegation of writers to visit abroad. Song Xiaofan felt a wave of disappointment. As she was eager to return to school for classes after receiving the award, she did not have time to visit her uncle General Hong Hu, her cousin Tai Hung, and her cousin Yan Bei, and hurried back to Dongjiang. For a long time afterward, Song Xiaofan felt a sense of loss for not being able to meet Li Xin at the award ceremony. She always felt as if she owed someone a debt, her heart feeling empty, and she harbored secret hopes, though she couldn't pinpoint what they were. It wasn't until this morning that she suddenly received a phone call, which was routed to the Maple Garden Writers Class dormitory through the main switchboard of Dongjiang University. "Is it Xiaofan?" She picked up the phone and heard a deep and friendly male voice. "It's me." The voice sounded familiar, but Song Xiaofan couldn't immediately recall who it was. "I'm Li Xin." Upon hearing these 2 words, her heart immediately began to beat rapidly. "I'm passing through on my way to a meeting in Nanjing and will stay in Dongjiang for 1 night. Do you have time?" "Yes, where do you live?" she said, almost in a hurry. "Mount Pippa Hotel, room 204. After answering the phone, Song Xiaofan remained lost in thought for a while, her heart still pounding rapidly. It wasn't until she returned home for lunch with her father at noon that she gradually calmed down. However, at this moment, as the time for her appointment with Li Xin approached, her heartbeat once again quickened. At around 4:30 in the afternoon, Song Xiaofan came out of her house. She didn't go next door to greet her father, but informed Aunt Zhao that she had something to do in the evening and wouldn't return for dinner. When Song Xiaofan left the house, she felt Aunt Zhao's gaze trailing her from behind. It wasn't until she stepped out of the courtyard that Aunt Zhao's gaze disappeared. She knew that Aunt Zhao was curious about her appearance. It had been a long time since she had dressed like this. She wasn't very particular about her dress during her studies in Dongjiang University's writers' class. Sometimes, she even forgot to put on makeup when busy with her studies. However, because she was already beautiful and had once been an actress in the cultural troupe, even a casual dress couldn't hide her elegant and refined temperament. Such a temperament, if carefully dressed up, would undoubtedly have a certain charm. Song Xiaofan walked through the secluded South Lake courtyard, and as she stepped out of the gate, the sentry at the guardhouse fixed his gaze on her for quite a while, following her all the way to the road. Usually, she rarely paid attention to the sentry's gaze when passing by the guardhouse, but today she exceptionally smiled at the sentry, who blushed and shyly turned his face away. It was mid-March, and despite the setting sun, the spring atmosphere was still warm and balmy, with a gentle breeze blowing in their faces. Song Xiaofan boarded a bus. There weren't many people on the bus, but almost everyone's gaze was fixed on Song Xiaofan as if the entire spring had converged on her. A strong sense of confidence and pride filled Song Xiaofan's heart. She hadn't felt this way in a long time. The Pippa Mountain Hotel was located on a secluded road at the entrance of Dongjiang University, adjacent to the Provincial Women and Children's Health Hospital. When Song Xiaofan walked into the hotel, the lobby was tranquil. There didn't seem to be any guests staying there. A young receptionist was lying on the service desk, watching TV. The TV was showing a volleyball game. In the past few days, the World Volleyball Tournament was in full swing, and fans were all paying attention to the final match between China and Japan. Even Song Xiaofan, who usually didn't pay much attention to volleyball, had occasionally followed it. When Song Xiaofan walked through the lobby and headed upstairs, the receptionist turned her gaze from the TV to her, looking at her with a somewhat wary expression. At the door of room 204, Song Xiaofan stopped and couldn't help but feel a little nervous. Li Xin's face, full of vicissitudes and male charm, flickered in her mind like an engraving. Those deep eyes were like the stars in the night sky, twinkling and bright. She knocked on the door,